So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. You've been fussing how we never touch, but who can bother with this kind of fussing when we've been walking this blind, frustrated, outdated. What's on your mind? Drove for this time, all on the line. Try trading me places, what would you find? When we've been walking this blind, frustrated, outdated. What's on your mind? So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. When we've been walking this blind, frustrated, outdated. What's on your mind? Drove for this time, all on the line. Try trading me places, what would you find? When we've been walking this blind, frustrated, outdated. What's on your mind? So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug.
May I have your attention, please? We will soon begin the next session for Kormarine Conference 2022. Simultaneous interpretation is provided during the conference. If you need translation receiver, please visit our staff at the registration desk. We also prepared coffee and cookies as refreshments. Please enjoy them, and I will see you at 1 p.m.
네, 이틀 동안 이 부산역 주변에 코마린 컨퍼런스의 명찰을 달고 곳곳에서 네트워킹을 하는 아름다운 모습들을
I have seen for the past 2 days you networking with each other, and I believe you enjoyed your lunch. And thank you so much again for being with us in the afternoon sessions. I think you are in the same journey with us for developing more insight into the maritime sector. Now we are going to resume the sessions of day 2.
To introduce Ginsop Kim, Deputy President from KMI. The title of his presentation is 5G Based Intelligent Port. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Kun-seop from Korea Maritime Institute. Today, I prepared a presentation on 5G-based intelligent port. My presentation does not cover much technical aspects. Today, I want to talk about what smart port really means, because we are often confused about the meaning of smart port. I also would like to explain why we should connect 5G with ports and how other countries are using 5G for their ports. And there is a difference between what we're doing and what other countries are doing. I will walk through such differences and what we need to do for the future. Let's first have a look at the definition of smart port. When you think of smart port, many people are confused because many people think that smart port may mean automation functions of ports. And if you look at the etymology of smart, in the very ancient times, smart, the word originates from the English ancient word smart. Originally, smart meant pain, but the meaning of the modern smart is not different from the ancient smart, because in order to become smart, you have to make painstaking efforts. I'm talking about the origin of the word smart because there are something we need to consider. There is no clear definition of smart port, but you may have heard these terminologies a lot: AI, big data, IoT, and blockchain. Different technologies are combined to achieve automation and smartness. This is a very important picture, in my opinion. People usually think that we can right away achieve smartization, but smartization can be achieved through different stages. The first stage is automation, second stage is intelligentization, and the third stage is smartization. Many people think that being smart means being automated, but that's not the truth. In order to become smart, you first have to finish automation. Automation is about physical automation that minimizes human intervention. Intelligentization focuses on software and minimizes human intervention in decision-making process. The last phase is smartization. To define smartization, I could say hyperconnectivity is the key to smartization. It means that we can connect the virtual space with physical space, and we can make an integrated decision, and then we can make an integrated decisions. In terms of automation, ports have transformed from conventional ports into automated ports. Yard tractors were also automated, and remote control is available. This photo is from Dubai. There is a system like Box Bay, which is one of the automated systems at port. Digitalization is about connectivity. There are 4 steps: between ship and port, between ship and ship, and all stakeholders and parties at the port will be connected with each other, with ships as well, and connection with hinterland and the connection across the globe is also included in the concept of digitalization. Smartization is represented by the concept of digital twin and the smart ecosystem on the picture. Now, I will show you use cases of 5G and the necessity of 5G at smart ports. There are many reasons that we need a smart port. First of all, global supply chain has uncertainties. Now we have uncertainties in the global supply chain, and the uncertainty takes place very often. So port operation became more complicated, so we have to ensure stability in port operation. Another reason is that the size of ships became larger. It means that the amount of cargo, the volume of cargo increased per ship, and then the port will have heavier burdens. This gives complexity to the yard operation, and the amount of yard use will also increase. automation is being accelerated as well. For example, at the port, we use remote control technology to load and unload cargoes, but still, we're lack of connectivity. Also, there's an increasing demand for eco-friendly port operation, and it became more important to properly manage the ships that the inbound and outbound ships, and energy consumption is increasing and the price is also increasing. We need to manage the energy that is used at port operation. Also, there's an increasing interest in port safety and regulations. Port workers are still exposed to safety risks. So, ensuring port workers' safety is very important. Considering this trend, digitalization and smartization are not an option but a must. Then, what is the purpose of creating smart ports? There are 6 purposes. And you may be confused between automation and smartization. The first purpose of smart port is to improve productivity, improving competitiveness of the port, and enhancing rational decision making. Stability and decision making could represent the purpose of smart ports. Smart port is being developed through many different ways, but there are limits in smartization. The first limit is that many ports are using RTGC, and cargo handling system has been operated in an inefficient way. Basically, they're using optical fibers, which gives limits in terms of the operation space. Secondly, equipment are less connected to each other, and real-time information transfer is not being done fully at the ports. For example, real-time transfer of high-quality video and message is not really being done properly at the port. There is a higher demand for high-quality video and data, so the data capacity is getting larger. At the port, there's a large amount of data generated from ships, containers, trucks, port workers, equipment, and gates. So there's a large number of data sets. Not only the amount of data, but also the speed of data is getting faster. And there are diverse types of data. In the past, we used signal-based data. Now we use image-based data. That's why the size and types of data are being diversified. And we still have high risks in terms of safety. It's still difficult to identify real-time location of port workers, and the port workers are still exposed to risks during operation at the port. If you look at the accidents at the port, many accidents take place due to the refrigerating containers. Such items, including refrigerating containers, should be monitored on a real-time basis. And many people are talking about AI, IoT, and machine learning, but it will take some more time for us to actually apply AI, IoT, and machine learning to port operation. This is related to the lack of real-time, high-quality data. As I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, smart port is about hyperconnectivity. In other words, virtual space is connected with the physical space. 5G is often associated with hyperspeed, low latency, and hyperconnectivity. Huawei proposed this table. If we do remote control based on video, The latency should be less than 30 milliseconds. The bandwidth should be up to 200 megabps. Reliability should be 99.9%. And IGV and AGV equipment and monitoring function require high level specification and performance level. And how can we satisfy such requirements? 5G is the answer. You may know very well about the advantages of 5G. In terms of speed, 5G is faster than 4G by 5 times. In terms of latency, for example, we see things with our eyes and feel about and have feeling or recognition of the thing in our brain. So the latency time of 5G is similar to the speed of human eye recognition. There are many different actors and devices and technologies being used in the port. And if we apply 5G, there will be a larger number of devices. 5G can cover 1 million devices as opposed to 4G, which covers only 4,000 devices per square kilometer. And another advantage of 5G is network slicing. Through network slicing, we can provide many different independent spaces. For example, computer drive can have C and D drive and as well as A, B, E, F, and G drives as well. This is an example of network slicing. This is Port of Hamburg. First of all, they're monitoring emissions from ships through 5G technology. They're also controlling traffic light through 5G. Port of Hamburg wants to increase the connectivity between the port and the hinterland city because when the cargo is moved from the port to the cities, they should properly control the traffic light, not to give heavier traffic burden in the inland city. They're also using mobile AR and VR technology. Port of Antwerp is applying 5G standalone model. It is also trying to enable real-time video transfer from and to tugboat. So Data Control Center can check the real-time video data sent from tugboat and ensure safety. In the port of Antwerp, there are about 600 cameras. From 600 cameras, they're getting data and use 5G for real-time monitoring. Port of Southampton is using 5G to reduce the data loss, and they have integrated the 5G network into a single network to improve credibility and security. And an interesting thing is that Port of Southampton is well aware of the fact that we're lack of real-time analysis data, so they're expanding the application of 5G to include real-time analytics, Internet of Things, and so on. Port of Barcelona can identify the real-time location of port workers through the dashboard. They're focusing on safety of port workers. In the case of Port Yangshan or Qingdao, they're focusing on the real-time remote control. So I'd like to summarize the overseas use cases. I have another slide left, which is going to deal with what we're going to do for the future. First of all, to summarize the overseas use cases, they're using 5G to many different areas. In the case of Korea, we are using remote control functions through 5G. But in the overseas ports, we can see diverse use cases of 5G. For example, they're applying 5G to port safety, the safety of port workers, remote control, and efficient operation of the port. And the port operation became more complicated than before. There are different types of containers, and the amount of cargoes that should be loaded and unloaded have also become different from the past. And making an optimal management of ports became more difficult than ever. And although it's not perfect, we see many overseas ports are trying to use specialized, dedicated 5G network, although their standalone 5G network is not perfect, because in doing so, they can reduce the cost. And overseas ports are making various partnerships. They're not only partnering with local companies, but also with foreign companies, because they focus on the technical competence. Another important point is that they start small. They do not intend to start big, but they start small and gradually scale up their 5G projects. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the tasks we have to do for the future. First, we should correctly understand the meaning of smart port. Smart is hyperconnectivity. Automation and digitalization should be completed first in order to achieve smartization. Secondly, we need to diversify the applications of 5G. So we have to start small and gradually scale up our efforts. If you try to start big, then you cannot start at all. You should diversify the application of 5G. Start small as a strategy and gradually scale up your efforts. I think we are already late to do this. And lastly, people are very important. When we talk about smartization, we often overlook the importance of talent, but without talent, without people, we cannot do anything. We often think about technology development, but not about talent development. But everything is about people. Lastly, trials and errors. Many Koreans find it difficult to accept trials and errors. Many Korean people do not like trials and errors because they think they're making void, meaningless efforts, but that's not true. We need to change our mind. Trials and errors are inevitable process we have to go
Thank you very much,
through.
Mr. Kim Kim, Deputy President from KMI, for your presentation. For the next presentation, I would like to introduce Mr. Jong-jin Park, Manager from Samsung Heavy Industrial. His presentation title is Development of Ship Automation System and Unmanned Shipping. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am in charge of development of a smart ship in Samsung Heavy Industries. Today I'm going to talk about development of ship automation system and unmanned shipping. We are shifting from smart ships to unmanned ships. So it's time to think about what autonomous systems we're going to mount on unmanned vessels. And as you know, Samsung Heavy Industry is a shipbuilder, so I'm going to talk about this topic from shipbuilders first perspective. First, I'm going to show you the global status, and I will introduce you our standard solution. This is a solution for S vessel, and we are using digital platforms to digitalize vessels, and we will also commercialize the digital S vessel. And many ship owners are thinking hard about how to reduce crews on board. And these two systems are already commercially available. And then we also have been working on the rest of the systems you are seeing on the slide. You heard a lot about autonomous ships in the previous session. When we talk about autonomous ships, we have to distinguish autonomous ships and autonomous navigation. And my company is validating autonomous navigation. So I will show you the global status of autonomous ship development briefly. And this is an engine maker. Engine will get smarter by combining engine data and chip data, and engine diagnostics will be done inland. That means there should be cooperation between shipbuilders and engine makers. I think you heard about this on the previous session. I'm not trying to tell you technical point of views here. This project had this order, and this is being developed by a shipyard in Kongsberg. And traditionally, ship owners asked a shipyard to design and construct a vessel, but this is a case where you can see Kongsberg also won the order to be part of the design process and construction process. And this is another example from Wasilla in Japan. The Japanese navigation makers are developing remote systems. And this is another case. For now, this is a vision-based solution. This is already commercially available. For this device is drawing attention in autonomous navigation. It is already commercialized. This is a very famous manufacturer in the States. So what is the Samsung Heavy Industry going to do as a ship builder? I love this term, way to reach fully autonomous ships. So what is the Samsung Heavy Industry going to do? We had 4 phases. They may coincide with or match with IMO's autonomy levels. An S vessel we are trying to commercialize is located on the left-hand side. And Samsung Heavy Industry is planning a half-crew ship. Yes, we are moving forward fully autonomous ship. That's the main trend. But until we achieve fully autonomous ships, we will introduce a half-crew ship so that we can reduce the workload of crew on board. When we started this plan, we came up with this roadmap, and whenever we met with ship owners, they said there should be at least 14 crew on board. And that's the minimum number of crews required. Anyway, we are developing a lot of technologies to reduce the required number of crews by half. This requires integration of systems. Then, where are we standing now? What are the standard solutions for S vessel? I think you must be familiar with this. The smart ship technologies we're pursuing is that the ship should be intelligent, and that requires enhanced operation and enhanced efficiency. To make that happen, we will introduce onboard solutions and onshore system. And to do that, we have to reduce costs, and we have to make sure cybersecurity measures are in place. So this is our aim and goals.
이게 저희 SBSL의 플랫폼입니다.
This is the platform that we are going to use for our S vessels. The main purpose and function is monitoring, and every single thing on the table is a solution. You can combine different sets of solutions. If not necessary, you can take some of them from the combination. Depending on different ship owners, different solutions, different sets of solutions will be used. These are basic tools: route optimization and trip optimization. This will integrate a design of ships. We can create these based on AI. Since we are a shipbuilder, we are using shipbuilding data to provide these solutions. Route monitoring and ship performance analysis and actual motion can be also monitored. In HASMS, this is a very traditional solution. We are developing this because when we work on smart autonomy, condition-based monitoring was one of the priorities. But at the end of the day, monitoring systems for hulls were not available. So in order to develop the healthy monitoring system for hulls, we are introducing HSMS, and this is a CIS monitoring system. And many developers and companies are doing this. We call this S-Vision. This is a surround view system. It offers a round view as well as front view. This is already commercially available. This was developed 5 years ago, and it has been functioning well. Some owners took this as an option, and there are other ship owners, they had good words about this system, and they want this on their vessels. It is well received in the market. And this is a risk monitoring system based on AI. When we talk about HSMS, this will provide additional extra functions. This is MRV and DCS and daily report. And data will be inland and tracked. We will offer warranty management, collaborative maintenance as well. So everything offshore and onshore will be connected. That will bring benefits to ship owners. That's our proposal. So I've introduced you monitoring systems, and then what is the next step? Samsung Heavy Industries has invested more than 70 vessels. All the 70 vessels have this system. In 2013, we did validation on this system, and for a round view, the system is on 50 vessels. At the bottom of the page, you can see the documentation from ABS and other registers. We also have an approval and certification of cyber security from different classification societies. Cybersecurity is one of the top priorities, so we have approval and certification from 4 different classification societies, whether it is autonomous navigation or autonomous operation. We thought cybersecurity is one of the most paramount concerns. And then what's the next step? We are working on reducing workload of crew. So for that, we developed condition-based maintenance. This is about how well you're going to be at maintenance of your equipment. And then we are currently talking about e-logbook. There are many digital documentations developed by other manufacturers. What we are talking about is automatic automatic data logbooks, not autonomous logbooks. We are going to collect all the data from ships, and that will be done automatically. That will reduce workload of crew. And this is not on the slide, but we are also working on remote validation system. Once the number of crew is reduced, cost will go down. And this will require robots to do work that used to be done by humans. So we spent quite a long time on developing this system. So this is finally commercialized this year. It includes electric current, measuring function, and this offers maintenance for main equipment. This is not going to be used for main engines. There are other manufacturers that offer similar services for main engines. And for the rest of the equipment, we are providing our CBM. This is electric logbook. So we will receive data from S-Vessel, and they will be automatically examined. And some gauge data is not digitalized, so we may have to go to the bridge and take a picture of the data. To do that, we developed an automatic system. This will be mounted on vessels as early as by the end of this year. But I can say for sure they will be on ships by next year. So we are all doing this to reduce workload of crew, and in the long term, we are going to reduce the number of crew members. And for that, CBM is very important. Next, autonomous navigation ships. I have 5 minutes left, so for 5 minutes, I'm going to talk about autonomous navigation ships. When we talk about autonomous navigation ships, we have to talk about IMO's autonomy levels. When we develop autonomous ships, there are two parts, navigation and equipment. Personally, I think we will have autonomous navigation before autonomous equipment. So personally, I think navigation system will achieve a higher autonomy level compared to other equipment. We are integrating this to existing equipment. As somebody mentioned earlier, ACTIS will be integrated. Our system will be integrated in ACTIS. And we will make autopilot and BMS available. And these have not been commercialized yet. We are testing them. And these can be controlled by operation centers inland. This is a more advanced feature of around view. We call this S-Vision. In early days, we had only one view, but due to cost, this cannot be mounted on test vessels. We are testing thermal cameras, panoramic cameras as well. It has IR light. It is not necessary. IR illuminators, they are not necessary. There is one on the front, and there are two at each side. So we are testing IR illuminators at 3 points. And we are also doing object detection. We are testing object detection. We tested this on ocean-going operation, and now we are testing this with bridges, and we already set the height of bridges that we are going to test this system for. And this is MFD
저는 사실은 뭐 영화를 보면서 자기
When I watch a movie, I like to use Jarvis,
모든 거를 컨트롤하는
and
뇌가 되기를 원하고 있습니다.
I hope it can become
그래서 이제
a kind of a brain that can control everything else. And detection is done by around view. App this you are seeing on the screen came from Samsung, but it doesn't have an approval yet. If necessary, we will cooperate with other companies so it can watch everything and take in everything before giving any command. This is Samsung autonomous chip. I think this process is well known. We have static information, user input, navigation sensors. They all come into this system and it gives commands to VMS and autopilot. We tested this process, but it's challenging. The BMS and autopilot, Samsung hasn't developed any BMS and autopilot. That's why we are working with manufacturers in Japan and other countries. This is an cases, user cases. This ship is Hanaraho. We tested collision avoidance as well. We tested this with one vessel, and we also tested this with 2 autonomous vessels. We mounted this on Samsung T-8. And this ship is 133 meters long. This is our own ship, and we tested these ships at sea. This is Samsung autonomous navigation ship's history. We spent a long time on this. In 2019, we tested this model vessel in a tank. You might say this was reckless, but we took the vessel to the sea, and in 2020, we used a tugboat to test collision avoidance. In 2021, we used a larger vessel to test collision avoidance. And by the end of this year, we will do 4 more tests. To do the tests, a lot of efforts and time are required, and much simulation is required. And there are many requests from maritime authorities. So that is why we spend so much time and effort on testing this system. We have to make sure risk assessment is well done. So at the end of this year, we are going to do the second test. So by the end of 2022, obsolete navigation system will be commercially available, and validation will be done next year. So by the end of 2025, this will be used as a main navigation system if it is commercially available. But at least by the end of this year, we will get tests done on this obsolete navigation system. So this is the summary of our service. So if you look at the development status of Samsung Heavy Industry, you will see that this cannot be done by Samsung Heavy Industries alone. If you look at the second row of the page, you can see our partners. They play very important roles for us. MS, HMS, we are doing joint researches and tests with these partners. So my point is, smart ships and autonomous operation cannot be done by a single company or single manufacturer. All of us have to work together to achieve that. That's all I have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Jung Jin Park. manager from Samsung Heavy Industrial for your presentation. I would like to introduce In-Il Kim, Principal Researcher from DSME. His presentation is development of large autonomous vessels and the smart ship platform DS4. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
예. 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for my voice.
예, 오늘 발표를 하게 된 대우조선해양의 김인일 책임자.
I am Kim In-il from Daewoo
영광으로 생각하고요.
from DSME. I am honored to make this presentation here today. I am going to talk about our large autonomous vessel and smart ship solution development. In the morning, I participated in the session about autonomous vessels, and I found that many companies are going through challenges, and I learned a lot from the morning session. In the afternoon session, I want to look at this autonomous vessel industry from a different perspective. There are many technologies required for autonomous vessels. I want to clarify the technologies required for autonomous vessels, and as we are a shipbuilding company, I will talk about how we can apply the technologies to sell the autonomous vessel in the market. Last year and this year, we won a very meaningful contract that is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
예, 복잡한 다음과 같습니다.
This is the content of my presentation. Some of you may see this for the first time. This is the introduction about our DS4. This is the deliver efficient, safe, convenient, and transport vessel. So in short, we call this DS4. We have 6 solutions. Recently, we added smart system. DSME has air lubrication system and other systems that we have been supplying to the ship owners. And many ship owners found it convenient to use our systems. And this is one of such systems, smart system. We have our own philosophy. First of all, we aim to use these different technologies to enhance the vessel's operation performance, and we will meet the ship owner's needs in a customized way, and we want to implement open solution. And we are trying to make a shipyard specialized solutions. We have delivered already 20 vessels, but we are latecomers. But our strategy is that we want to deliver various types of ships so that we can have track records. We have many ships in our order book. So our solutions are expected to be included, these naval vessels, by the end of October. Recently, we won a big contract for WBTI installation vessel. That includes collision avoidance assistance system. Collision avoidance assistance system will be included in that system and will be delivered in 2024. In the case of the wind turbine vessel, it is a coastal going vessel. It is 2022 now. We will automate the equipment and systems we developed so that ship owners can use our systems more conveniently. Our plan is to develop digital twin for 2023. I want to explain about this in detail in other slides.
자율운항선이라고 하는 게 어떤
I think that autonomous vessels uses a combination of smart technologies.
그래서 저희가 자율운항선의 목표는 스마트의 목표라고 했다고 생각을 하고요.
So the purpose of autonomous vessel, in my opinion, is the same as the purpose of smart vessels. We talked about autonomous navigation technologies, and of course we need onshore monitoring and control features as well as autonomous maintenance features. Some of these technologies were already developed and the others are under development. Below autonomous navigation, route planning or collision avoidance and berthing assistance are included. Onshore monitoring and control includes various equipment, CBM, diagnosis equipment, digital twin, and onshore control. Autonomous maintenance also includes various systems that enable the vessels to conduct autonomous maintenance. I will briefly explain about each of the technology. On the left side, for the last 2 years, we have been working with ship owners to implement the route planning service for LNG vessels. Although the accuracy rate is low, for now, we are providing recommendation regarding the routes, and fuel consumption based on our route planning solution was reduced by 5.62%. We are also working on port interaction. So ships do not need to arrive at the port earlier and wait there for a long time, which will emit a large amount of CO2. So just-in-time arrival is very important. It is important to have interaction between vessel and onshore, the land system, and exchange information about the required time of arrival. We are also developing collision avoidance feature. Unlike other shipyards, if you look at the left side, we built an experiment vessel. This is about 12 meters long. This is a small ship, but it has all the equipment that is used in large commercial vessel. But it's difficult to control this experiment vessel. In the case of large commercial vessel, it is directly connected to autopilot system, but this experiment vessel does not have the autopilot like the one used for large commercial vessel. And we conducted tests 2 times under different environmental conditions. We found that we need to do a lot of things to make improvement. And the experiment, the test is being done at a very good environment. We are doing the experiment at Pyeongtaek waterways. In Pyeongtaek waterways, there are lots of ships operating there. So the traffic there are many traffic ships, and our researchers are having hard times working on the coding and fixing issues and problems during experiment. This year, we will conduct the 3rd test with this experiment vessel to test the collision avoidance feature. If the result of the test is good, then we will be able to show higher quality collision avoidance system. I'd like to play the video. Now, this is our experiment vessel, and it has camera and shoot the scene like this. We use radar information and conduct sensor fusion to display the data on the screen. We will continue testing this vessel by the end of this year, and we expect to commercialize this one next year. Next one is onshore platform and monitoring service.
다른 뷰를 하나 가지고
We
있습니다.
have
왜냐면
somewhat different view on onshore platform and monitoring service. We collect data from ships and provide content service through the cloud. But in our case, we meet the needs of ship owners or shipping companies.
인도한 이후에도
After delivering this solution, we are continuously receiving feedback from ship owners so that we can provide better content, better customized content.
비슷하다는 생각이 들었고
And
디자인도 계속 보고 싶은 KPI들도 바뀔 수 있고요. 분석 환경들도 바뀔 수 있어서
the analysis environment could be changed.
시스템을 운영을 하고 있습니다.
So we are reflecting such possibilities in developing and improving our system. Diagnosis is one of the areas where technologies are under development. We are considering to commercialize this equipment diagnosis part.
난리지 베이스 즉 우리가
You can use various technologies like knowledge-based troubleshooting sheet or data analysis tools. You can also use vibration data
전압 전류 데이터
or power voltage data.
우선은 이런 기술들을 저희가 가지고 있는 장비의 특성에 맞춰서 솔루션을 만들고
We are considering the characteristics of our equipments and systems before applying this technology.
상태를 저희가 적정하게 모니터링할 수 있고 그런
We should be
것들에 대한
able to
유지
monitor the
보수
status of our
상황을
system,
선생님에게
and
알려주고 있습니다.
we are letting the ship owners know
두 번째가
when
진동
and what
데이터
kind of
시스템인데요.
repair and maintenance
이게
they
사실
need for
진동
the
시스템을
systems on
설치해서
the vessels.
데이터를 진단을 하는 것. 이게
This
무슨 일을
is
합니다.
a diagnosis
실제로
based on
저희가
sensor
구매하는
integration,
LRS 시스템에
including vibration
이런
monitoring
센서들을
system.
설치하고
We
이
install
시스템을
vibration sensors
진단
and
시스템을 이번에 선주한테 공급을 합니다.
we
이게
provide
저희가
this
FSU
diagnosis system to the ship owners.
아마 올해 말이나 내년 초에 인도될 텐데
FSU will be delivered by the end of this year or next year.
되게 굉장히 다양한 진동 센서에도 들어오는 데이터로 진단하는
And we can use the data from various vibration sensors, and the data will be displayed. And FSU will be the first of its kind that has this diagnosis feature. In order to make digital twin, we need three things. First, 3D model and real-time data. And we need simulation model. Then we can have digital twin. We created a prototype digital twin and proposed this to the LNG ship owners, and they were satisfied, and we won contract for the digital twin. Our roadmap says that we're going to deliver the digital twin by 2023. Next is onshore control. We are working on several things for onshore control. As mentioned before, our experiment vessel is being controlled remotely in our center. If we can control the ships from the onshore system, we can create much safer and better working environment for the seafarers. If they are not on board the ship, but if the seafarers work in the ship control center, their working environment will become much better. In Siheung area, we actually tested the remote control. We used satellite communication and LTE network as well. But satellite communication has some latency time, so it has limits. But we think that it will become possible to control and operate the systems remotely. Lastly, maintenance. First of all, we should understand the status of vessel.
보시면은 여러 가지 상황을 데이터를
As you see
첨가해서
here,
잘 수집을 해서 그걸 가지고
we should collect various types of data from the vessel, and based on the data, we can identify the current operating status and situation of the vessel.
저희가 이게 SPMS로 현재
And SPMS is also shown on the slide. We localize the system and are providing this to the customers. And autonomous operation is also included in our technology development. Many ship owners want their ships to be operated in an easier way through a simplified process. So we are currently working on autonomous operation, and we will be able to install this autonomous operation solution on the vessels that we're going to deliver for the future. And we are also developing an automation system that can analyze the usage or consumption of LNG fuel as well. We have air lubrication system or rotor system that we're going to provide in the future. We need to be able to operate the systems in a more intelligent and convenient way. For this purpose, we have developed or are delivering smart systems, as you see on the slide. If these smart systems are implemented, you can do the control and operation with just a single click on a button. So this will enable a more convenient operating experience. Lastly, maintenance. I have a question mark here. In order to implement autonomous vessels successfully, we should achieve self-maintenance function. This is not easy for ocean-going vessels. I hope that Korea will make more investment in the autonomous vessels development, including self-maintenance technologies. I think that we should discuss more about ideas to achieve self-maintenance functions in the autonomous vessels. I hope that there will be more investment in these technology development, and I look forward to cooperation with all of you for this technology development. This is a summary of my presentation. Under autonomous navigation, we are providing economic navigation assistance services, and we have signed a contract for wind turbine vessels to provide the relevant smart systems to the vessel. There are many equipment and systems required for autonomous maintenance. We are working on various types of solutions and services to enable autonomous maintenance, and we won the contract for equipment service as well. And the system is expected to be actually operated on board the ship. In the case of autonomous maintenance, onboard platforms are already installed on the vessels. By the end of October, we will deliver the first product to the naval vessels. As for autonomous operation, we have signed a contract to deliver autonomous operation function. Frankly speaking, we are not just concentrating our resources to collision avoidance. There are many technologies required for autonomous vessels. We clarify such technologies, and we are we are transforming such technologies into actual products. And in this process, we will accumulate good experience and know-how. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next, Mr. Annie Kim, Principal Researcher from DSME. Now, it is time to really meaningful Q&A session. For the session, I would like to invite the chairperson, Yong-Sik Oh, professor from Korea Maritime and Ocean University, Mr. Kyun-Sub Kim and Jong-Jin Park and In-Il Kim. Please come onto the stage. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause. And also, we will provide an opportunity to field questions from participants for the panel discussion. Please feel free to raise your hand. A microphone will be provided.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Oh Young-sik from Korea Maritime and Oceans University. I'm the chair of this session. I think the MC made my job easier. Thank you so much. As you heard in this session, we had very useful and constructive discussion and information. In this year's Kormarine Conference, we've been discussing a ton of fields like yesterday, and automation and autonomous systems of ships, like you heard in the morning session today. And in this session, we discussed and heard about not only autonomous ships and port automation. This is a Q&A session, but I think we can also spend the next 20 minutes on summarizing what we heard from the speakers. And as I hear the speakers, we heard from speakers in the previous session, including Hyundai Heavy Industries and the world-class manufacturer Kongsberg. And in this session, we have people from the major shipyards like Samsung Heavy Industries and DSME. And I personally have known Mr. Kim Gun-sub, so it's good to see him again. I will give you a chance to ask questions, you, the audience. But as a chair, I'd like to ask the three speakers questions first before opening up the floor to take questions. If we have some time left, I will take some questions from the YouTube channel and ask the speakers questions.
And Mr. Kim Gun-sub, you talked about 5G-based intelligent port. It was interesting to know that the word smart existed from 700 years ago, and originally smart meant pain. It was interesting, and that resonated with me. While listening to the presentation of Dr. Kim, I had this question in my mind. 5G communication network was adopted to Korea 5 to 6 years ago because my smartphone, I bought this smartphone 5 to 6 years ago. That's when 5G was adopted. And in your presentation, I learned that other countries' ports are using 5G communication network. In terms of radio communication network, Korea has great strengths, as good as other European countries. And why is Korea making slow progress in applying 5G to ports. This is the question to Mr. Kim Geun-seok, and I have question to the other two speakers.
탈탄소 문제뿐만이 아니고
Not only in terms of decarbonization, but in terms of automation of ships.
대두된 지 상당히 오래됐고 우리뿐만이
These two
아니고
issues have been important
그
issues in the shipping industry.
일본,
And
중국의
machinery
조선소들도 더
companies
관심을
and
가지고
shipyards in many countries, including China and Japan, are interested in decarbonization and automation. Anyone of you two can answer the question.
뭐 이런 쪽하고 좀 비교를 해보면
If you compare Korean shipyard
경쟁력은 어느 정도인가
and
이런
Japanese or
부분을
Chinese
보시고.
shipyards, what is the competitiveness of Korean
조선소가
shipyards?
지금 단기적으로 제가 생각하기에
And
목표로 삼고 있는
your
것이
short-term goal, in my
박사님께서
understanding,
말씀하셨지만
is to
3단계에 해당되는 그런 부분인데
achieve
혹시 그
the
조선소
grade
측에서
3 level.
그 기술의 완성에 대한 타임라인 같은 것을 혹시
Do you
가지고
have a
계신지
timeline
그
to
부분 먼저 좀
completely
여쭙고 싶습니다.
develop the digital
김
technology?
박사님께서 먼저 좀
Dr. Kim
제가
first.
먼저 답변을 드리겠습니다. 좀
Yes.
간단하게 답변을 드리겠습니다.
I will make my answer short.
5G가 제가 기억하기로는
In my
2010년에
understanding,
홍보하기로는 국내 세계 최초
5G was adopted in Korea maybe for the first time in 2019 in the world.
저희가 뭐 뒤처진다라고 생각을 하지
I don't think
않습니다.
Korea lags behind other countries in terms of the 5G technology competence, but it's just that there's an issue in applying 5G communication to port and shipping industry. In port sector, terminal operation systems or PLC control boxes could use 5G technologies, but we don't have mature systems or equipments like them. And in China, Huawei is leading the development. They have big global equipment manufacturer. Huawei is cooperating with such a manufacturing company and selling the device, 5G device to such companies. In the case of Europe, there is a TOS. They have a big industry related to the source technology of communication control boxes to be used in the ports. I think that Korean cargo equipment handling industry should grow further, and if we increase the market for cargo equipment, we will be more active in using 5G in the ports.
두 번째나 세 번째 질문 답좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
예. 저는 어쩔 수 없이 세 번째 답변을 드려야 됩니다. 왜냐하면
I think I have to answer the third question. I use the term half crew. You might say this is not technically English word because I coined the term half crew. So I'd like to answer the question.
저희가 이제 스마트십을 연구하면서
When we
아까 저 뒷편에
developed smart ships, I didn't mention the exact year.
디벨롭먼트를 보게 되면은
But if you look at the timeline of technology development by 2020,
기존 SBSL 1이 지금 끝났다고 저희는 생각을 하고 있고요.
we think the
2022년부터
development for SBS vessel is completed. So starting early next year to 2026, we will enter the phase 2 of S vessel. By then, we think we will be able to reduce crew workload by 25% or 30%. We are trying to match our autonomy level with that of IMO, and half crew matches level 2.5 of the IMO. And my research center has a plan called Half Crew 2030. But the management may not like the term. But as a shipbuilder, we think we'd like to use the term Half Crew 2030. That means by 2030 we will be able to reduce the number of crews by half. But this requires technologies. Each technology has a different timeline, specifically to meet the regulations of the IMO. So at least we have to develop navigation system that can meet the requirements of autonomy level 3 of the IMO. I mean, we have applications, but still by 2030, we can at least meet autonomy level 2.5. For infrastructure, we can meet at least autonomy level 3. So different equipment, different devices will be advanced to meet different autonomy levels. So all in all, the average will be the level 2.5. We are going to meet requirements of level 2.5.
Mr. Ine Kim, so I need to answer the second question. From smart ship technology perspective, Korea is better than Japan or China. But in order to implement smart technology in ships, we have to automate the vessels. And in terms of vessel automation technologies are very well developed and owned by European companies. And I am careful to say this, but many people say that 90% of the vessel systems are localized, but we don't really have our own systems. And Hyundai and Samsung have a long way to go. Which system needs to be automated? And what kinds of land-based operating systems are required? We need to figure out these aspects. Then I think we need to grow our competence to properly handle the smart automated systems on the board. If we cannot make the systems, some others could make the systems and we could cooperate with them. This is why I mentioned that we need to make more investment. And in the future, we will implement electricity propelled vessels. Electricity fueled vessels will have requirements for its own electric equipment and systems. We have to overcome many challenges. I asked questions to the speakers. If you have a question from the floor, we will give a microphone.
Thank you very much for your comments. My question may not sound right, but I want to still ask this question. The shipbuilding industry is very important. It's a critical industry, and automation devices and autonomous systems. If you work on it, you are doing a very important job. And if you think about companies in the States, if you want to work with them, you must have a degree in STEM. And if you think about Australia, even from 20 years ago, there was an unmanned port, and their website emphasized and highlighted the importance of a degree in STEM. But if you think about the shipbuilding companies and sector in Korea, I'm not sure whether there is enough efforts to produce students or human resources in STEM. He didn't introduce himself, but I know him personally, so let me introduce him. Some of you may know him, and he's also a professor of KMOU. His name is Kang Seok-hwan. Dr. Kang, thank you for your question. So he pointed out the importance of education and training. So who's going to answer? Who wants to answer the question? So, Mr. Bang, you are a doctor. You have a doctoral degree, and Mr. Kim In-il, you have multiple degrees. So Could you answer the question?
사실 제가 어저께 그 해군에 들어가서 저희
Yesterday,
관련한
I
보고를
visited the
들었는데 그
Navy and
안에서도
made a report
똑같이
about our
AI
system
이런 걸
development
4차 산업 이런
status.
걸 준비하려면
We talked
사람이 있어야
about
되는 거 아니냐,
the same
어떻게
issue.
교육을 할 거냐,
How
이런
are we
이슈들이
going to
있었어요.
train the people to be prepared for AI and the fourth industrial
그런
revolution?
AI 인재들의 AI 교육 혹은 시스템 교육을 해서
Educating
조선소로 갖는
talents
거는 사실은 그렇게 쉽지는 않은
is not
부분이 있고요.
easy.
오히려 저희가 해보면은
Rather,
조선소에 있는 인력들을 그런 기술들이 있지 않습니까? 그런 기술들을 프로젝트하고
we have
엮어서
talents
같이
in the
교육을 해나가면
shipyards. We
훨씬
can
더
have a
좋은
project
성과가 나서
where
그래서
the
저희는
talents
그런
of
식으로
shipyards
하려고
can
노력을 하고
participate
있고요.
in
물론 그렇다고 뭐
and
사람은
receive
그냥 정체된
education.
상태에서 하면 안 될 거니까요. 그래도 계속 수혈은 필요한데 수혈을 하더라도 그런 저희 스마트 솔루션 자체가
So
IT
our
솔루션은
smart
아니고요.
solution is
정확한
not
엔지니어링
100% IT solution, but
그래서
our
뭐
solution is
뭔가 그 도메인
engineering
난리지가
solution.
있어야 그것들에 대한 개발도 가능해서
So you need to
도메인
have
난리지가 있는
domain
사람들을
knowledge to
그렇게
be
할 수
able
있도록
to
육성을 하는
develop the
그런 것들을 좀
solution.
해보려고
So
하고
those who have
대학이나
domain
이런
knowledge
데서도
can
그런
receive
부분들을
the relevant
요청드리고
training and education. We are also asking universities to provide such education to the students. Thank you.
답이 괜찮으십니까?
Did it answer your
예, 예.
question?
자,
Yes.
다른 질문 혹시 질문하실 분 있으십니까? 질문자.
Any other questions?
제가 지금
We have-
여기는 태블릿으로
I have a tablet PC right next to me, and I'm checking if there is any question
다른 질문
for the speakers.
님한테 지금 질문이 하나 들어와 있는 것 같습니다.
Mr. Kim, we have a question for you from a YouTube channel, I guess.
경훈님께서
A question from Mr. Kim Kyung-hoon.
이거 아닙니까?
This is not the question for you.
지난 세션
It's a question for previous session.
있습니다. 저기 교육 문제가 나와서 그러는데
So,
저도
having said
대학에
that,
있는 몸이고
I'm
사실
also
우리
teaching students at
한국대학교는
colleges,
그
at a college.
서방을 교육을
Korea
고급성을
Maritime and Oceans
일부
University
교육을, 일부가 아니죠. 우리
produces
우리나라의
high
기관이 되는
quality
회계사들을
mariners
교육
and
책임을
marine
맡고 있는
technicians.
기관이기도 합니다. 이제 뭐 오늘 계속 이야기가 나오는 선박의 자동화.
Today we're talking about
결국은 이제
automation of
목표가
vessels,
무인
and the ultimate goal is to produce unmanned vessels. The same is true for ports.
한국해양대학교에 혹시 해기사 교육에는 이런 부분들이 어떻게 반영이 돼야 될
And
것인가에 대해서
I wonder what kind of education should be provided at the Korea University of Korea Maritime and Oceans.
소속 교원 입장에서 드리고 싶다는
So,
생각도
what
있습니다.
kind of education do you think we need to provide from the Korea Maritime and Oceans University?
묻지는 않은데 어렵습니다.
This is a difficult question to
모르겠습니다.
answer.
거기에 대한 답을 좀 드리기는 사실 좀 어려운 것 같고요.
It's very difficult to answer this
뭔가
question.
우리가 하던 기존의 커리큘럼을 좀 뛰어넘어야 된다라는 생각.
I think we need to move beyond the existing curriculum.
현장에서 요구하는
This is all I can
수준에
think of.
접목시킬 수 있는
For example, you need to provide an education curriculum to the students where students can learn skills and knowledge that can be actually applied to their working field. Smartization and digitalization have been achieved in port and shipping industry. And as Mr. Kim mentioned,
스마트로 진행된 곳에서 가장 큰 문제는
the biggest problem in the automated or smartized ports
현장에 있는 사람들은 기술력이 떨어져서
is that
구현시킬 수
people working in the port cannot actually properly use or implement the technologies applied to the port. So we need to solve the problem of imbalance between the people who develop the technologies and those who are going to actually use the technologies at the actual port. So we need to bridge the gap through education at universities.
I'd like to answer the question.
일단 교육 문제를 보면은
So
어쨌든
when we
실전이
think
돼야
about
됩니다. 말씀드린
education,
대로 저희 회사의 인력 중에 코딩이라 그런 디벨롭을 잘하는 친구들이 있고 저희
in Samsung Heavy Industries, we have people very good at coding and encrypting, and we also have people with degrees in naval engineering and computer engineering. So we have many people who are good at their own areas, and they have their own expertise. So we have to pull them together. And one of the best people for me, if I look back, actually two people. One of them studied naval engineering, and he did coding for his leisure time. So his coding skills combined with and integrated with his major, he became a very important and valuable person, a valuable asset to my company. Another person studied shipbuilding engineering at school, and he also had other additional skills. So if we have, the more skills you have, the more synergies you can create. I think they will make great contribution to the development of smart ships. And I'd like to also answer the second question. As Dr. Kim Il said, when we try to achieve unmanned ships, Hyundai Heavy Industries and DSME are working very hard on DSME. But we have to take the development to the next level. But if we want to achieve high level of autonomous devices, cooperation is necessary. So equipment manufacturers, they should be as advanced as shipyards. At least the leading manufacturers should work with the best shipyards to create synergy effects. So if shipyards only are advanced, we will be able to achieve autonomous ships as early as we want. I'm not saying all the manufacturers should be as good as shipyards, but at least the leading equipment manufacturers, they should make an investment, at least they should receive some benefit from the government. So best manufacturers should work with best shipyards to advance this sector.
Thank you very much for your comments. I will deliver this message to the president of Korea Maritime and Oceans University. It's time to close Q&A session, but the answer from Mr. Kim Il was especially very impressive. The big three shipyards are developing technologies, and many of the technologies overlap with each other. They are developing technologies that are similar to each other. It's, in a sense, a waste of resource. And if you are working in the shipbuilding industry, you will understand what this issue means. Mr. Kim Il mentioned the possibility of cooperation among relevant companies. When we develop new technologies, the big three Korean companies can cooperate with each other. If Korean companies cooperate with each other, their power could exceed that of Kongsberg. It's not easy for the three big shipyards to cooperate with each other, but there is a successful case. There's a smart ship data platform, which is the common platform for shipyards. So it was difficult for us to develop this smart ship platform independently, so we collaborated with each other, and from next year, we will be able to launch this common smart ship data platform.
좀 더 다른 시스템들에 대한 협업 이런 것도
We also
말씀하신
need
거
other
이해가 되는데요.
types of collaboration for other system and technology development. Basically, shipyards are competing against each other. They are not willing to put forward their technological power to be used by the other shipyard for the purpose of cooperation. But we could develop the possibility for cooperation through further discussion about our ideas. Now it's time to close the session. I would like to thank the three speakers for sharing the precious insights with us. Thank you very much for giving sincere advice and useful comments. I would also like to thank the audience for staying with us and concentrating to the session. Let's stand up and greet the audience. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Professor Yong-shik, and then Kim-Seop Kim, Deputy President from KMI, Jong-jin Park, Manager from Samsung Heavy Industrial, and Il Kim, Principal Researcher for DSME. Now, 3 presentations in session 4 are ended, and we have only 1 session. Before starting the next session, we will have a break and take a refresh until 4 o'clock. The session 5 is a seminar on overseas market entry. 네, 우리 모두의 저녁에 있는 삶을 위하여 정확한 시간에 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Now we are going to resume the final session exactly at the time we promised so that we can have a quality time at evening. We have people still joining us through the YouTube channel, and we have so much information for you in this last session. So we are going to start the last session of the conference.
We began the session 5 seminar on overseas market entry. We have 5 presentations for session 5, and after finish each presentation, we will have a Q&A time for 5 minutes. Speakers from Saudi Arabia will join the Q&A time by online. For the first presentation, I would like to introduce Won Young-seo, team leader from Kormarine. His presentation title is Strategies to Enter Saudi Arabia Market for Shipbuilding and Maritime Equipment. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Won Young-seo. I'm working for Kormarine. So today I'm going to give you some tips on exploring the Saudi Arabia's market, and I'm going to share with you our research results as well. This is the content of my presentation. I will first tell you how to register as a vendor locally, and there are some requirements for investment in Saudi Arabia, so I'd like to share the process. This is Saudi 2030 localization policy. I'm not going to go into detail because other speakers after me will give you more information. So here I want you to focus on the picture at the right bottom. IMI, the circle represents IMI shipyards. This is where the Saudi Arabia's industrial complex is located. It is an equivalent of Ulsan industrial complex in Korea, for example. So this is where the IMI shipyard is located. So if Korean companies go there, we can create a bigger or broader complex. And to west-south, there is a capital city of the country. So it is well positioned for the maritime sector. And Hyundai Heavy Industries has 20% of shares in IMI. It is working hard to build a shipyard now as we speak. So Hyundai Heavy Industries will play a very important role here. And Kormarine is also working with Hyundai Heavy Industries and Korea Trade Promotion Agency. And I will share with you what our progress has been. We are talking about here small manufacturers. If they want to build a joint venture with the local manufacturers, this is what is required. And let's take a look at the timeline first. I think the timeline will be important information for you. Once again, I apologize. The other speakers will give you more information. So when Korean companies, manufacturers enter the Saudi Arabia market, their target is not Saudi Arabia only. They will be targeting countries, neighboring countries or other countries in the region. So you need to also know the local environment. For example, Qatar, it has a plan to make a huge order in Korea, and Qatar is very close to IMI shipyard. And the list of countries we are seeing at the bottom of the page, they are very important countries from religious. Saudi Arabia is a religious leader for these countries. So Saudi Arabia is well positioned to work with these countries. Large Korean companies have experience in doing business in Saudi Arabia, but small businesses lack such experiences, so they may take a longer time to get adjusted to the local environment. So since there will be this shipyard, a joint venture between Hyundai Heavy Industry and Saudi Arabia, if you do business there, there will be much easier. Now this is a process for Korean manufacturers to be registered as a vendor locally. And Kormarine has supported manufacturers in other regions, but our experiences tell us that the small manufacturers didn't have enough capacity to be registered as a vendor in the region, and it takes time, money, and effort. And I want to highlight this process because Saudi Aramco is the large shareholder of the IMI, and Saudi Aramco will be the manager of the joint venture. And Saudi Aramco is an oil company, as you know. So when manufacturers source their components and raw materials, they may have to follow and comply with the requirements of Saudi Aramco. So you may have to follow different process to be registered as a local vendor, and the process will be different from the registration process in Korea. So you have to meet their requirements. So once you are a vendor, registered as a vendor of Aramco, you will benefit from opportunities. But the key is sustainability. You will spend much time on being registered as a vendor, and it will normally take 3 to up to 10 years. So for some of you, it might not be easy. But now, Kormarine and the Korean government and the heavy industries are already there, so we can say for sure that the business there will be sustainable, so you can get support from Kormarine, the Korean government, and Hyundai Heavy Industries. And I will tell you more about it on the later slides. So when the Korean manufacturers do enter the Saudi Arabian market, they will be expected to meet and will contribute to achieving 2030 strategy of the country. Saudi Arabia will ask local and international manufacturers to follow the same standards and criteria. They wouldn't want manufacturers who only benefit from selling their products locally. They may ask you to localize your products in Saudi Arabia, so you have to be aware of the requirements of localization in the country. Saudi is unique in its geographical conditions, and I will tell you more about it later. In large Korean companies, EPC, they focus on design of products and procurement of products. And some of Saudi Arabian manufacturers, they can also produce their own products. So there was not strong demand for Korean manufacturers' products, but you might not be as welcomed as you wanted there, but things have changed. Hyundai Heavy Industry has 20% of the stakes there, and that would benefit your business. And Kormarine is trying to identify potential problems for Korean manufacturers when they do business in Saudi Arabia, so that they won't get some losses, unexpected losses. So meeting the requirements of 2030 strategy is a prerequisite for Korean manufacturers to be successful at the IMI industrial complex. So we have to continue to follow up on the requirements of 2030 strategy. Since I'm the first speaker in this session, I'd like to focus on the perspective of a research center. Kormarine is a supporter of manufacturers. So let me introduce you Kormarine. This is a government-funded research center. It is under the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. Our main jobs include promotion of technical cooperation. We also do research on technical cooperation. Korean manufacturers, when they export their products, they may need some knowledge or information on requirements of getting certification. You may be asked to submit certification or test results. So Kormarine is supporting Korean manufacturers' products to be duly recognized with certification and test results in Saudi Arabia. And we are also working with Korea Equipment Association, Equipment Manufacturers Association, to help Korean manufacturers to be legally doing business in Saudi Arabia. So when you want to build a company locally in Saudi Arabia, you should know their local laws and regulations, and there is our branch office in Saudi Arabia. They can also support you in the process. And Hyundai Heavy Industries can also support you because they also want equipment to be supplied reliably or consistently for their products in IMI. So Kormarine's main jobs include support for getting certification. This is the process through which we provide you with support. So at the early stage, Kormarine and Kotra will support you when you build a joint venture, for example, in Saudi Arabia. Kormarine and Kotra will do a feasibility study for you, and Kormarine will take care of technical requirements, and we can work with Hyundai Heavy Industries to identify technical needs for Korean manufacturers. And Kormarine will also do the test for you. As you know, Saudi Arabia is located in a desert, so the production environment and manufacturing environment will be different from Korea. So Kormarine will do a joint research on the production environment local production environment in Saudi Arabia. And Kotra and Kormarine will give you support at the final stage as well. This is the process you and we are going to go through when you want to enter the Saudi Arabian market. If you need help, just contact us without hesitation. We will give you our full support. The reason I will tell you about this, I think today, because today and tomorrow,
디지털라이제이션을 하겠다는 회의를 지금 진행하고
Saudi
있습니다.
Arabia is hosting
사우디에서도
this digital
한국에서도
conference.
하겠다고 지금 화두관에서 진행을 하고 있지만
As you know,
사우디 현지에서
digitalization is the way forward in many countries, including Korea, and Saudi Arabia is no exception. In order to increase productivity, digitalization has been taken as the most important priority for many manufacturers. So as you can see, Saudi Maritime Congress is being held in Saudi Arabia as we speak. And we have Korean manufacturers here in this room, but not all, to be honest with you, not all Korean manufacturers can do business in Saudi Arabia, because there's no guarantee that you will have enough human resources locally, and you may have to work with multinational. So there could be some communication problems, and that need support as well. So we can help you with that. And this is a 3D digital twin-based production management. So let me give you more information on this. Let's say you have 100 components. And let's say your project has been 50% completed. And you did quality tests online, and inspectors can do inspections online, and they can use a color code to make sure your components were inspected by the due procedures. Here, you have to expect that the person in charge will be rotated so they can take another job once they are ready to get your products tested. So you have to expect the change of a person in charge.
그래서 그러면 플랜트를 발주하는 쪽에서는 주로 이제 소스 인스펙션이라고 해서 이제 소싱하는.
And this is what we call source inspection. Let's say you manufacturers provided your equipment, and you have to make sure the equipment is functioning as it is supposed to, and this requires tests. Once you don't pass the test, you will face troubles, you will be in trouble. As you can see on the left side, there are people in charge of procurement. They are in the yellow boxes. So you will be part of this process to make sure sourcing from you is effective enough as you promised. So we have to think about how effectively we are going to manage this. If we have a flow chart like this, they will make your job easier. And if we can integrate EIT system with this, they will be a big help to small manufacturers. That is why we came up with this flow chart. This is an example. This is an example of heat exchanger test. Let's say the project owner, as well as the manufacturers, should manage the test together. But you have to meet these requirements when you get an order from a project owner or who that is a plant operator. And digitalization will make this process easier so that you don't have to communicate between with other people. And if this process is done digitally, we can save costs and time.
실질적으로 이제 케이스로 이제 이 부분을 준비했습니다.
This is a real case.
플랜트에 올라가는 이런 이제 설비를 하나를 두고요. 그럼 실제 저희가 1번부터
This equipment is actually
생산할 때
installed at a plant.
그 용접이죠.
So you see this list of equipment,
저희가 제대로 잘했는지에 대해서
and there are certain criteria to make sure this equipment is well produced from number 1 to number 13.
예, 사실상 세팅에서
You have to test your equipment against from number 1 to number 13. It could be a welding problem.
어떻게 저희가 그 기술 지원을
Then
잘할
how are you going to
것인가를
troubleshoot the problems?
그러면
You
저희가
can
한국에서는 한국의 엔지니어들이 도와주는
check this list.
그렇다고 사우디에 다 들어가서 일을 하실 수는 없으니
You cannot bring Korean engineers to Saudi Arabia,
이제 저런
so you may have to
아이템에
troubleshoot the problem
확인할 수가 있다면
locally
좀더
at the site.
나은
That is why we developed this list,
그런 이제 고민으로
this checklist.
진행된다고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 여러 가지 이제 서비스를 제공해드릴 수가 있고요. 그래서 여기
So this is part of the services we
각각의
can provide
아이템의
you
이런 이제
with.
검사 보고서들
And this is
품질
an
검사
example
보고서,
of
제3자,
quality
성급이라든지
assessment
감독관들이
report.
최종 승인을 이제
Registers
해줘야 되는, 예, 그런
or
부분들에
inspectors.
저희가 포커스를 맞습니다.
They are the one who give an approval for this report. The left side shows equipment, and in the middle you are seeing a report of test report of the equipment, and each report requires an approval. Once you get approval, for example, you have an approval for 50 components or products you produce. You can check it online in real time. That's a kind of advantage you can enjoy. That's a kind of benefit you can
실질적으로
enjoy.
현장에 적용했을 때 왜 제가 적용해야 되는지에 대한 부분은 굳이 저희가 멀리 안 가도
I don't think I have to tell you why we have to do this, because this is also happening in the Korean shipyard, so you must be familiar with this.
수건일 텐데 한국에서는 이 부분은
Other countries have poorer production environment like Saudi Arabia compared to Korea. Since you are a Korean manufacturer,
가장 쉬운 것부터 하자.
so I'd like to suggest we start with the easiest one in 3D modeling.
속된 말로 뭐 놀고 있다는 분들이 이제 많다는 얘기를 들어보셨을 텐데
You must have heard about idle labor at a plant. So it is very important to make sure everyone does their job. So if there is an emergency, you have to have the emergency contact tree so that the right person can right away work on troubleshooting. That will increase your productivity.
그래서 이 3D 화면상에서 그런 생산
So this is the screenshot of 3D modeling. You can check information of your partner companies.
여기에 대한 자원이 얼마나 들어갔는지 그리고
And you also
얼마나 소요가 되고
can identify how much resource is required and how far your project, the project you are working on,
그렇게 된다면
is completed
이제 고객이 이제 직접
on the screen.
저희가 이런저런 설명할 필요 없이
So you don't have to give too much explanation. You don't have to explanation. You don't have to spend too much time on communicating your customer. All you have to do is to check this screen.
그래서 설비 자사비 보존 관리라고 지금 이렇게 좀 기재를
This is for equipment maintenance.
저희 기자재 업체들 입장에서 또 안 좋은 케이스가 저희도 이제 한 번씩 그런 연락 왔거든요.
Another concern is we often see that, let's say, a project owner says, this is a product coming from you. We bought this from you 10 years ago, but you are now out of business. So who should I contact to get after service? So maintenance in some way is more important than sales itself. But Korean manufacturers tend to focus too much on producing products, but the business environment has changed and has evolved. So we should do more in the maintenance area. So we have to increase maintenance labor or maintenance resources, but maintenance can be done online. So who's going to take it doesn't matter who's going to take the job. Whoever takes the job should be able to be good at maintenance. This is part of customer satisfaction. You have to be good at responding to your customers' inquiries. Then you can build trust with them, and they will lead to lasting business relationships. This is the last part of my presentation. Korean manufacturers, they want to do 3D modeling. That means they have to buy a licensing, but it costs a lot, and it is time limited, like 1 year. So our solution is that, like you go to YouTube, we post these technologies that is publicly available for you, but still we are working on IoT, sensing, whether you can work on sensing online. I'm not sure about it because we are still developing it and working on it. But once we get the development done by next year, we will make it available. This will be my last comment. In the previous sessions, you heard the importance of technology development. So digitalization as a top priority should be taken seriously in Korea as well as in Saudi Arabia. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we will have a Q&A time. For session 5, Kwak Lan Lee, Hyundai Heavy Industry Team Head, will be chairperson for Q&A session. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까. 현대중공업에서
Good afternoon,
사우디 사업을
ladies and
맡고 있는
gentlemen.
이광락입니다.
I am Lee Kwang-rak from Hyundai Heavy Industry. I'm in charge of the Saudi Arabia
잠깐
business.
이제 Q&A를 진행하기 전에
Before we proceed with Q&A session, let's share the meaning of our business in Saudi Arabia.
통해서 현대중공업이 20% 정도 지분을 투입해서
Hyundai Heavy Industry invested about 20% stake in the joint venture project. While proceeding with this project, I felt that
앞으로 10년, 20년 뒤에는 어떻게 될까?
after 10 to 20 years, what will happen to the Korean shipbuilding industry? I had questions and at the same time expectations for the future.
우리의 산업이 실제로는 기존에 우리가 하고 있던 잘하는 산업도 계속 하고 있을 것 같아요. 우리 현재 우리
I guess that Korean shipbuilding industries will be doing what they are good at in the future. But in order to achieve further growth, we need to make cooperation with other countries' shipyards, including the ones in Saudi Arabia. In the morning, we had a session with the theme of autonomous navigation. And will the smart navigation or autonomous navigation solutions be really realized and implemented in the shipbuilding industry, and we will have to be able to supply such autonomous smart navigation systems to the shipyards, not only in Korea but also in many other countries. What is our task?
다른 나라에 조선 사람의 의지를 얼마큼 좀 조화롭게 이끌어가느냐가 중요합니다.
We need to make a harmonized approach to the development and growth of the shipbuilding industry.
전략에 대해서 말씀해 주셨는데요. 지금 관련 기관에서 다들
So,
해주고 계십니다.
from Kormarine, we listened to the explanation about the strategies to advance to the Saudi Arabia market. We'll have a Q&A session.
저는 가끔 뵙는 분이라서 질문 항상 할 수 있고 우선 플로어에서 질문이 있으신 분은 손을 들어주시면.
If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
혹시 여기 패드 같은 거? 패드. 예. 그러면은 시간이 좀 많이 지나는 것 같은데.
Since we are behind the schedule, we may stop the Q&A session here, but before that, I'd like to ask you a question. When Korean manufacturers want to enter the Saudi Arabian market, there could be potential benefits. We understand them, but what are the biggest challenges and they should be careful about? Okay, personally, I think I should let you know and let you to expect the local environment. There could be political uncertainties in Saudi Arabia. It's an Islamic country. In Saudi Arabia, as I said, it's a religious leader, kind of, in the region. So you have to expect something unexpected that could happen politically. As the chair said, personally, I think when a Korean manufacturer goes to an overseas market, it may think it may be ripped off, but Korea is not competing against Saudi Arabia. Korea is competing against China, so don't be too scared that your own proprietary technologies can be stolen by Saudi Arabia. We can't be good from the first, but we can take a step one at a time, and that's the advice I'd like to give you. Thank you so much. After each presentation, we will give you time to ask questions. Thank you.
네, 우리 수고해주신 발표자님과 자장님께 다시 한번 큰 박수
Thank you so
부탁드리겠습니다.
much. Please give the chair and the presenter a big round of applause.
감사합니다. 지금 현재 온라인에서 여전히
Now, we still have more than 200 participants watching this conference online. I would like to share this passion we have on site with those participants online. We will deliver your questions from online to the
I would
speakers
like to
on
invite
site.
Mr. Alkohoy Abdul Aziz, Business Development Analyst from IMI. His presentation title is Introduction to IMI and Purchasing Policy. We have his recorded video. Please give him a big round of applause.
About the King Salman International Complex. Before we start, I would like to thank Abdulaziz Al-Kohi. I work for Business Development Department at International Maritime Industries, IMI. In this session, I will give you an overview about international maritime industries, as well as preview about the King Salman International Complex. Before we start, I would like to thank Kormarine Conference for the kind invitation. In this session, I will start with demonstration video about IMI. Then we will go overview about international maritime industries presentations.
On the northeast coast of Saudi Arabia, the largest maritime yard in the MENA region is taking shape, a nearly 12 million square meter facility that will help shape the global maritime industry. A world-class maritime yard, capitalizing on geographic advantage and strategic opportunity to build, overhaul, and maintain ships and offshore rigs, using state-of-the-art infrastructure to provide sustainable and cutting-edge solutions in an era of digitalization, harnessing technologies like AI and robotics while reducing carbon emissions and impact on marine life, with a green yard that will set the standard for sustainability in the global maritime industry. Bringing together major maritime operators Aramco and Bahri and expert manufacturers Lamprol and Hyundai Heavy Industries to bridge the gap between customers and suppliers and deliver global success. The only shipyard in the world with guaranteed offtake agreements worth $10 billion over 10 years, enabling long-term partnerships with customers through life-cycle offerings and an attractive supply chain. Driving the evolution of Saudi Arabia's maritime and logistics industries, contributing to the creation of 80,000 jobs by 2030, adding $17 billion in GDP and an import substitution of $12 billion, while providing a platform for the next generation to grow and thrive.
In this presentation, we will go overview about IMI. Let me start with some background in the development of the maritime sector in Saudi Arabia, especially King Salman International Complex. We have developed a game-change approach to localization that is aligned with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Vision 2030. Our localization model has 4 dimensions. First, a central champion to drive a sector development and the local content. A second, a serial of critical enablers to build competitive industries to export goods and services. Third, a financial and strategic investment platform targeting opportunities that support the local development and the job creation. Fourth, supporting diversifying the Saudi economy by attracting foreign and strategic investment. This slide shows some interesting statistics that support the possibilities of creating these industries, where the Kingdom seaborne trade represents around 6% of the global market, and it's strategically located with minimal deviations from global trade routes linked Asia to Africa and Europe and Americas. Most importantly, the offshore activity in the region generates a large consistent demand for maritime goods and services. If we look at the current level of activities from the local players like Saudi Aramco and the National Shipping Company of Saudi Arabia, Bahri, we can be assured that the localization of the maritime industry is of its great significance, not just in the kingdom and the region, but also globally. With the opportunity to grow the local industry, we established a roadmap with a key anchor project that will assist in developing the new industry. The first step was creating national champion through the integration of Saudi Aramco crude vessels carrier and the fleet of Bahri. The next step was creating the maritime complex to get into the manufacturing industry by leveraging the level of activity. The complex would host offshore cluster, shipbuilding, maintenance and repair, as well as engine manufacturing. We then established National Maritime Academy, NMA, to serve not only the King Salman Maritime Complex, but also the entire maritime sector in the kingdom. While the final step, currently in progress, is creating the ecosystem and the marine financial service. IMI is currently finalizing the establishment of the sustainable financing platform to provide competitive financing solution to our key customer. By bringing in the enablers to effectively build and localize the industry through an integrated supply chain. This exciting initiative was the largest of its kind regionally, was inaugurated by His Majesty King Salman in November 2016, and is on as one that aimed to complement the Saudi Arabia energy industry, helping to meet development and diversification objectives outlined by the Saudi Vision 2030. The complex is not only complementing the energy sector need and plan for fully integrated energy sector, but also to contribute to the kingdom vision to diversify the economy by creating 80,000 direct and indirect jobs in the sector, $12 billion of import substitution, and adding $17 billion to the GDP by 2030. We have succeeded in attracting McDermott, HHI, and Lambrell with a total foreign direct investment of $1.2 billion. To support and diversify the Saudi economy, the strategy also calls for attracting investors in the supply chain and the ecosystem with total estimated value of $4.6 billion. These including casting, forging, steel plates, and drill system. The main anchor project in the King Salman complex is IMI. We have two more projects. As you can see, the yellow is McDermott for offshore platform, while the green is McKean, which is a joint venture between Saudi Aramco and HHI for the engine manufacturing. More detail in different IMI zones will be covered in the upcoming slides. Let's move to IMI capabilities. The success of IMI shipyard is built on the collaboration of well-known leaders in the industry who have a proven track record. In addition to Saudi Aramco at 40% ownership, we have Hyundai Heavy Industry, Lambrell, and Bahri each at 20%. Each one of these partners was strategically selected to add an area of strength of the maritime yard. The SIDF provides the main sources of liquidity, enabling IMI to establish the maritime industry in the kingdom with $1 billion loan. We have secure offtake agreement to build 20 jackup rigs for Aramco and the 52 vessels to Bahri, including 20 VLCCs, combined with the technical know-how Hyundai and Lambrell in manufacturing and services. is the heart of the company business model, allowing it to be the world-class facilities with competitive advantages. IMI was officially registered in Saudi Arabia as Limited Liability Company, LLC, in December 2017. The IMI yard consists of 4 operational zones. Zone A, maintenance and repair overall, with annual capacity of 137 vessels, 116 offshore support vessels, OSVs, and 15 rigs. Zone B, new build offshore support vessels, with annual capacity of 25 OSVs. Zone C, new build vessels, with annual capacity of 18 vessels, including 3 very large crude carriers. Zone D, new build rigs with annual capacity of 4 rigs. In additionally, for operational zones, there are 2 zones, E and F, for offices, accommodation, and support facilities, with a capacity of 14,000 employees. More detail in each zones will be covered as well in upcoming slides. In this section, we will preview our localization strategy and value propositions. Initially, IMI is targeting to localize 70% of the bill of materials content for both rigs and ships by the year 2030. The localization achievement is measured to ensure added value to the maritime ecosystem on the basis of 4 elements, which are: first, manufacturing; second, assembly; third, the local purchasing; finally, knowledge transfer. Then a scoring system was developed to measure a collective localization index. Now, in order to move suppliers to invest locally, IMI offering a package of value propositions, starting with the pursuit to designated King Salman Maritime Complex and nominated the supply chain clusters as a special economic zone where the suppliers are attracted through the host of tax, businesses, and regulatory incentive. For the selected strategic project, IMI intend to sign a long-term agreement with suppliers after secure the buyer in from our major client, Aero and Bahri. Amid development of the offshore cluster, IMI intend to jumpstart localization with the yard. This lean localization concept provides supplier with accessibilities to IMI facilities, equipment, and the manpower as committed. IMI offering are enabled by the digitalization strategy, which has become perceived factor in the maritime industry, supporting profitability and sustainable business. The strategy is facilitated through the following elements. First, establishing a new business model that revolves around the cost competitiveness, innovations, and the long-term partnerships. Next, investing in a big data analytics and digital twin automation in support of building a smart yard, smart product, which enable product lifecycle management services. Now, in order to ensure that our information technology infrastructure is both robust and strong, we are targeting to expand the framework of cyber security to meet national and international standards, as well as adopt industry best practices. We have clustered our environmental, circular economy initiatives in 3 main categories, starting with the compliance teams, where we aim to capitalize on interdependent solutions that enable regularly compliance, as well as position us within parameter of green Saudi green initiatives and the Saudi Aramco net zero goal. Circularity is leveraged in the areas such as responsibility supply chain practices and holistic life cycle assessment. Lastly, decarbonization takes a dual approach within the shipyard's team, advocates for use of green steels and the low emission assets. Now we will transfer into the operation readiness. In the early handover, I'm going to start the commissioning process with the Zone D2. Rigs 3 will be the first offshore jackup rigs to be built in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And in addition of these operation zones, practice handover of admin offices, support building, and commissioning in a process. In compliance, IMI have 5 ISO certificates, as well as IMI now a member of the British Safety Council. And the API quality certificate is under process. As for the technical capabilities, we have partnered with a local education institution as well as vocational trainings. Since 2018, we have graduated the first 2 batches of 1,280 apprentices, while the third intake of 550 started in progress in February 2022. IMI professional workforce have begun on-job training in collaboration with our local and international partners. As a part of the initial offtake agreement with Bahri, the first VLCCs was delivered in October 2021, which was manufactured at our partner HHI facilities in Korea. The project contributed to train of 93 employees of engineering and industrial workforce. As a part of the initial offtake agreement with Saudi Aramco, the first jackup rigs start manufactured in our partner Lambrel facilities in UAE, and the expected delivery day in Q4 2022. Similarly, the project contributed to train 83 employees. To date, maintenance and repair overall MRO project has contributed to generate an early revenue from 26 projects, which were completed with no innocence. Let's move to IMI yard zones. Zone A and B, the MRO zone will have an annual capacity of serving 137 commercial vessels, 116 OSPs, and 15 rigs. The dry dock in the MRO zone is 90 meter wide and 374 meter long. Has a total floor area of 33,660 square meter, large enough to allow for the entry of the large jackup rigs and submersible rigs. The customized parallel submersible barges is 80 meter wide and 100 meter long, with a unique design, primarily for load out, load in the rigs and vessels. The Synco lift system is a unique, given once it's completed will be one of the largest in the world, with a platform length of 250 meters and has maximum lifting capacity of 25,000 tons. Zone C, which is the largest zone with the facility, will be dedicated to build commercial vessels. This zone will have an annual capacity of 3 VLCCs and 15 other commercial vessels, including bulk carrier and chemical tanker. It houses 2 dry docks, one of which is the largest dry dock within the yard, with a size of 550 meter long and 75 meter wide. Additionally, supported by 2 large growth cranes, with combined tandem lift capacity of 2,150 tons, makes it one of the largest tandem lifting capacity in the world over a single dry dock for blocking positioning, future enhancing, and shipbuilding process. Zone D, the offshore rigs fabrication zones, has a capacity to build 4 jackup rigs annually. The fabrication of the jackup legs will be taken within the Zone D, of which are placed using fully robotic systems. Zone E and F, for corporate office, client office, training and development center, and other accommodation offices, will have capacity of 14,000 employees. As you can see, this picture was taken in Q4 of 2017. 70% of the shipyard is offshore before we started dredging. This picture was taken in the 3rd quarter of 2019. As you can see, the breakwater, the quay wall, the marine structure, as well as the approach channel has been almost completed. Thank you for listening, and if you would like to contact a sales team to order rigs, ships, OSPs, or maintenance repair overall for those, please contact me at sales@imi-ksa.com. To register as a vendor, please visit our website and register there. For any question or collaboration with the procurement team, please contact Faisal Al-Hamdan at faisal.hamdan@imi-ksa.com. Thank you for listening, and it was my pleasure to present you to the Kingdom, to the King Salman International Complex and International Maritime Industries.
Thank you very much. Shukran. 감사합니다. Mr. Al-Kuhoi Abdul Aziz, Business Development Analyst from IMI. Now we will have a Q&A time. I would like to invite Kwang-lak Lee as a chairperson.
네, 반갑습니다. 그러면은 두 번째
Nice to meet with you. You made the presentation for the second session.
Hello, everyone.
반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Do you hear me? Do you hear the translation? Do you
Yes,
hear
yes,
us
I
well?
do.
야. 그리고 우리 선수장님.
And Mr. Son, do you hear me?
Mr. Son. 예. 일단 발표자.
First of all, it seems that we only have the speaker connected. Thank you very much for the introduction of IMI. Thank you very much for the explanation. We will take questions from the audience. There's one person who has a question. My name is Lee Seung-jae. IMI and Hyundai Heavy Industry are cooperating with each other and they are building shipyards. In the case of VLCC, you are cooperating with HHI for the technologies. And when you build VLCC, the companies, vendors included in the list of vendors of Hyundai Heavy Industry can supply the equipment and components to VLCC. My question is this, can vendors that are not listed in the Hyundai Heavy Industries list of vendors can also supply components to the VLCC construction process? Mr. Alquay Abdulaziz, could you answer this question? Can vendors that are not listed, not registered in the HHI vendor list also supply components and equipment to the VLCC project, or can only the vendors that are registered in HHI vendor list can provide the components? Did you hear the question? Did you understand?
Yes. Any company can go to our website and register as a vendor. It doesn't have to be registered in HHI. Our procurement team will evaluate the companies, and if it's suitable for our need, yes, we can register a companies that's not registered in HHI, but in different criteria and after look at the company and their services and advantages.
Thank you for your answer. Due to time constraint, we will take another question. Is there other questions? I will ask a question. On the screen, we see Mr. Son. Mr. Son is the CEO of Makin. Nice to meet you, Mr. Son. Do you hear me, Mr. Son?
네, 안녕하십니까, 손희십니다.
Yes, I hear you. Nice to meet you. Mr. Son is going to make a presentation in the other session. I have a question to the IMI speaker. When do you expect to complete the establishment of the shipyards of IMI? When can customers start buying ships from IMI shipyards? From when can customers start buying the ships and rigs and equipment from IMI shipyards?
Is this a question for me, yes?
예, 맞습니다.
Yes, question to you.
Yes. So in our shipyard, as I showed you in the presentation, we have Zone D for jackup rigs. The operation for the jackup rigs will start next month. The first steel cutting will start next month. So we are ready to build jackup rigs. For the vessels, for the commercial vessels will be ready. The shipyard will be handed over to IMI 2023 in quarter 4. So we are be able to build vessels to our clients in start of 2024.
예, 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you for your thank you for your answer.
쉽게 진행되는 것 같은데 일단 답변해 주신 걸로 보이고요. 이 정도로 IMI에 대한 소개와
With this, we will conclude the session for IMI. We will move on to the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very
답변
much.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alcoy, Dr. Aziz, and then sincerely thanks to the chairperson Guanglang Li. Next, I would like to invite two speakers, Mr. Yashari Arshari, Vice President McKean, and Mr. Won-Sik Son, Trap Operation Officer for McCann. We have recorded the video. Please give them a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. In this presentation, we will go over 4 main sections: introduction to McKean, collaboration of HHI, EMD and McKean, the procurement and supply chain management policy, and finally, the Saudi localization strategy. So I will begin by filling you in on the introduction to McKean and give you a quick overview on McKean's background, then the vision, mission and values. And finally, I will go on to highlight the strategic objectives. Saudi Aramco, Saudi Arabian Industrial Investments Company, Dusur, and Hyundai Heavy Industries, HHI, signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, to jointly collaborate on engines and pumps business development in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The MOU lays out a comprehensive engine and pump business cooperation framework through the formation of a joint venture, JV, to manufacture 2-stroke engines, 4-stroke engines and marine pumps, including sales and after-sales services in the MENA region. The cooperation resulted in entering into a shareholder agreement in May 2019 and the establishment of Saudi Engines Manufacturing Company, McKean. Let's now look at the next slide, which demonstrates McKean's shareholders structure. Sadco holds 55% ownership, where Sadco is a fully owned subsidiary by Saudi Aramco Korea Shipbuilding and Offshore Engineering Company Limited, KSOE, holds 30% ownership, and Saudi Arabian Industrial Investment Company, Dusur, holds 15% ownership. So, let me first give you a brief overview on McKean. In November 2020, Saudi Aramco Development Company Korea Y established the engine manufacturing joint venture McKean with the aim of transforming the kingdom's maritime sector by facilitating the manufacture repair and maintenance of non-automotive, marine and land-based two-stroke and four-stroke internal combustion engines and marine pumps in the King Salman Shipbuilding Industrial Complex, Saudi Arabia. Our purpose is to develop and localize the maritime sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia by facilitating direct access to shipbuilding systems, capturing the MENAT market opportunity. Next, let's now take a look at our products. Makeen will produce licensed products of HHI, which are two-stroke engines, MAN HHI sublicense, Hamsen engines and high-well pumps, marine pumps. This is the first licensing business of Hamsen engines and high-well pumps. If you look at the slide, it shows our two-stroke engine, which is used in commercial ships such as tankers, container ships and bulk carriers. The two-stroke propulsion engines are highly efficient with high power to weight ratio, good reliability and low maintenance costs. The four-stroke engines are used mainly as propulsion engines for smaller commercial vessels and offshore service vessels, OSVs, as well as auxiliary engines for power generation on large vessels. Furthermore, Makeen four-stroke engines are easy to maneuver, more environment-friendly, and require lesser initial cost of installation. In addition to that, Makeen will produce high-well pump. These marine pumps are used for moving liquids in commercial vessels such as VLCCs and tankers. They are hydraulically driven, submerged cargo pumps for chemical and product vessels. Let's move on and take a look at the meaning of Makeen. We chose the name Makeen because it translates to more than one meaning. Makeen is an Arabic word meaning to rise and become great and strong. Also means empowerment, solid and reliable, which can reflect on our engines. In addition to this, Makeen sounds like machine. As for our unique selling proposition, we are JV created by industrial leaders Aramco, HHI and Dusur, and the only manufacturers of two- and four-stroke marine and industrial engines in MENA that are licensed by the world's largest engine manufacturers, HHI and MAN, delivering the highest quality, time-efficient and cost-effective product. Let's move on to our vision and mission. Makeen's vision is to be the market leader for high-power engines in MENAT by 2035. And the mission is, we build world-class power engines for a resilient future. Moving on to Makeen's values, I would like to look at this in a bit more detail. Our core values include safety, ensuring the safety of people and our company assets in all that we do at all times. Integrity, conducting ourselves with honesty, transparency and accountability to maintain trust from our stakeholders. Our third value is precision, deploying detailed, calculated and refined operations against high standards that yield reliable outcomes. Fourth is customer-centric, achieving customer satisfaction by delivering on our promises and building long-lasting relationships. Lastly is citizenship, enabling the Kingdom's people and industries to ensure Makeen's global competitiveness. Makeen management will exert extensive efforts in the development of Makeen's functions and internal controls. It is a Makeen management objective to ensure that all required policies, procedures, functions and processes are established within an integrated internal control framework and highly secured environment. In addition, Makeen management will be highly focused on promoting Makeen name through the development of corporate marketing strategy and the engagement in several branding and marketing activities. Well, this brings me to the end of my section. To conclude, let me just run over the brief of Makeen. Makeen is backed by strong economic and strategic levers, such as the lower costs of production, due to the advantaged supply of machine-finished steel and iron components for engines and pumps from the casting and forging facility JV in Ras Al Khair, fixed and variable cost synergies related to the integration of 2- and 4-stroke engines in one shop, competitive advantage related to the transportation of such engines from other international sources, increasing demand of 4-stroke engines either as complementary or backup power generation systems to support the growing demand for renewable power generation and remotely located new power plants, and the secured demand for engines and pumps in marine applications coming from the Maritime Yard JV. In addition, a number of internal advantages related to the contribution of each founding partner also exist, such as the technical prowess of Hyundai Heavy Industries, which boasts the world's largest shipyard and the highest market share in the global marine diesel engine building industry, and benefits from integration with the Saudi Aramco ecosystem, which operates over 300 marine vessels. Thank you for listening, and I hope you will have gained an insight into Makin.
안녕하십니까. 사우디 엔진 합작사인 마킨에서 근무하고 있는 손원식입니다.
손원식. I'm working
코퍼레이트
at
서비스
Markin.
VP인 미스터 야세르의 발표에 이어 마킨과 국내 기업과 협력 방안에 대해 말씀드리겠습니다. 이번 시간 말씀드릴 순서는 합작 프로젝트에 대한 간략한 내용과 마킨과 국내 기업 간의 협력 기대 사항 순으로 안내드리겠습니다. 먼저 사우디 엔진 합작 프로젝트 개요에 대해 말씀드리겠습니다. 추진 배경으로는 사우디 정부에서 추진 중인 사우디 비전 2030의 일환으로 탈석유화 시대에 대비하여 제조업 육성 및 대규모 기술 인력이 기대되는 조선 사업 관련 해양 클러스터 구축을 추진하게 되었습니다. 제일 우선 과제로 IMI, 즉 인터내셔널 메리타임 인더스트리스 조선소를 설립하여 운영 중입니다. IMI 조선소의 위치는 아라비아 반도의 동부에 위치해 있고 우리나라의 익숙한 주베일에서 북서쪽으로 약 80km에 있습니다. IMI사 참여 주주는 사우디아람코, 사우디 국영선사인 바리, 현대중공업의 중간 지주사인 한국조선해양 등이며 현재는 조선소 야드 건설 중에 있습니다. 사우디아라비아 내 제조업 기반 확대 및 IMI 조선소의 경쟁력 확보를 위해 주요 기자재 서플라이 체인 구축이 필요하다는 의사결정으로 조선 사업의 가장 핵심 기자재인 박용 엔진을 조선소에 인접하여 생산하는 본 사우디 엔진 프로젝트가 착수하게 되었습니다.
Started from the idea and the decision, and the engine plant is located in the red box on the picture. Many people in Korea asked why Hyundai Heavy Industry is trying to build a joint venture with Saudi Arabia. The project will increase the cooperation between the two countries at the national level, and we can also have benefits in the private sector. And the first licensing of Himsen engine is another benefit of this project. And as you can see, we can enjoy many benefits from this cooperative project. And Korean manufacturers can benefit from the 2330 Saudi Arabia, as you know. Saudi Arabia is trying to grow its manufacturing sector. So if this project would give Korean manufacturers an opportunity to increase its export. As we heard from the previous speaker, we are doing this project. You already heard from the previous speaker. I will give you a brief overview. This joint venture has the name Makin. It will produce large marine engines and medium-sized engines and marine pumps for chemical carriers. And it will be also responsible for sales and after sales. After service sales, and bed plate and plate part will be produced by McKean, and we are also planning to increase businesses locally. And we also have to pay attention to environmental regulations that are being updated. There could be some uncertainties, but overall, we can produce 22-stroke engines and another additional 4-stroke engines locally. Hyundai Heavy Industries in Saudi Aramco have established these two joint ventures. Some people are confused of the two, so let me give you a brief overview. IMI was established in 2017. Its business fields include commercial vehicles, OSVs, special purpose vehicles, but McKean is a joint venture for engines. It will provide engines for IMI, which is one of its biggest customers. HHI's Shipbuilding Maritime Business Division is also part of this, but they are two different joint ventures. From 2015, we did a joint economic feasibility study. We also signed a shareholder agreement in 2019. And in 2020, we started the process of creating a joint venture. And by the second quarter of 2025, we will be able to build a plant locally. Since we are trying to develop core technologies at the national level, we have necessary approvals as well. We will improve our cash flows and to stabilize key processes. We will provide customers in MENA with Hyundai Heavy Industries finished products. By the third quarter of 2025, we will have our plants in operation. We will continue to increase our production facilities. Next is cooperation between McKean and HHI. We are cooperating to have a reliable joint venture. We are cooperating in production and quality. We will create Hyundai Heavy Industry will send its people to Saudi Arabia for the joint venture cooperation. As I said earlier, Hyundai Heavy Industries products will be provided in the form of finished products. And not only licensed, but finished products will be provided locally. And we are also working together to respond to environment regulations. Not only LNG, but alternative fuels require licenses. We will work on that. And there are many projects, local projects in Saudi Arabia, and Hyundai Heavy Industry and McKean will work together to take the most out of the projects. Lastly, I'd like to make some suggestions. Again, to have price competitiveness, the first thing we need to do is to build a supply chain. Unlike Korea, Saudi Arabia doesn't have enough manufacturing infrastructure, so we have to expect some challenges. But there could be 5 potential cooperative areas. HHI will be responsible for purchase. In McKean is planning to localize the products in the long term to have more benefits. But Saudi Arabia doesn't have enough know-how and infrastructure to localize their products. This means that they need products from Korean manufacturers. That is more a realistic option for Saudi Arabia. Of course, the demand for equipment may be lower than that of Korea. So Saudi Arabia, I guess, will probably give Korean manufacturers some preferences. And there are many projects going on in Saudi Arabia. You can also have a benefit from those projects, and this will give Korean manufacturers good business opportunities. Once the plant is completed by 2025, the plant is expected to be the most advanced state-of-the-art plant in the world. And we are also considering smart factories and reliable supply chain. So if we are a smart factory equipment provider, this will give you a good business opportunity. And you will have more information by the last speaker of this session, Mr. Lee Tae-sik. Hyundai Heavy Industry thinks Korean manufacturers are important customers and partners. So overall, Hyundai Industry is trying to give its full support for Korean manufacturers so that they can enter the Saudi Arabian market with success. If you have any questions or inquiries, please contact me through the contact information on the slide.
Thank you very much. Shukran. 감사합니다. Yasheri Al-Shari, Vice President of McCain, and Won-Sik Son, Chief Operation Officer for McCain. Now we will have a Q&A time. I would like welcome on the stage our chairperson, Kwang Lak Lee.
예, 세 번째 발표가 끝났습니다.
Okay, we had a third presentation.
세 번째 발표는
In the third presentation, we heard collaboration between McKean and Hyundai Heavy Industries. If we have any questions, please raise your hand.
참 인사를 안 했네요.
I didn't say hello.
미스터 손, 반갑습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 손우이식입니다.
Good afternoon. What time is it there?
지금 10시, 오전 10시.
It's 10 in the morning. There is a time difference of 6 hours between here and Korea. Okay, let me ask you a question. IMI and Makin, they are all located in Saudi Arabia, which is very hot. So does the weather can the weather cause some problems for production? To be honest with you, during summer, when you do welding job, I think it will be very difficult to do welding job, for example, during the middle of summer. So many EPCs are working at night during summer. But McKean is at a better position compared to IMI to work during summer because we have HVAC systems and other systems in place. Okay, let me ask you another question. You are going to produce engines that are needed for IMI. Yes, when we signed the licensing agreement, we agreed to provide engines for 16 or up to 24 countries in MENA. As you know, large shipyards are concentrated in Korea, Japan, and China. So we are trying to. There is only a limited number of shipyards in the region to provide the two-stroke engines. And the other shipyards, compared to IMI, have lower orders, smaller orders. I have more knowledge about IMI. I'm in charge of IMI collaboration. So IMI is at a worse condition to produce their products compared to Markin, and its partner, one of its partners is Mampri. It is located in the UAE, and we can also work with that partner company. And thank you very much for your answer.
Next, I would like to invite the two speakers, Mr. Hussam Al-Mubarak, Procurement Director for Makin, and Ms. Dina Al-Kahadra, Procurement Specialist for Makin. The presentation title is Saudi Localization Strategy and Procurement and Supply Chain Management Policy. We have recorded the video. Please give them a big round of applause.
As a startup business, it's crucial to build a strategy based on forecasted supply chain requirements, ranging from material and services purchase to logistic handling of these goods and warehousing management of those materials. In doing so, our plan should account for cost control, lean process, and timely duration. Supply chain planning should be done according to the demand and supply view. In order to understand customers' demands, market research should be done. The second thing to consider is awareness and updated information about the competitors and strategies used by them to satisfy their customer demands and requirements. As part of building the function, we need to ensure organizational strength through minimizing uncertainty and performance optimization. Starting from handling the customer order to supplying the customer with that product, everything is included in this phase. Procurement process can be summarized in 7 crucial steps, starting with defining the service or material requirement without prejudice to certain provider, developing business case, identifying value added and forecasted cost. Then we move to defining the most suitable procurement approach, competitively open, restricted to certain qualified vendors, or singled source to a specialized vendor. Furthermore, defining the pricing structure is important to maintain cost control and establishing a unified comparable basis. Lump sum, unit price, reimbursable cost. Coming next is approaching the market and addressing any concerns the bidders might have with close follow-up to ensure prompt submission of proposals. This follows an evaluation and award stage. 2 steps that are usually neglected or small attention are paid to is relation and performance management and review of result and lesson learned process. This step, if executed correctly, facilitate future business relationships, elimination of underperforming suppliers, and identifying future process and cost enhancement. A crucial element in any supply chain process is risk management, which fall into 3 phases. Risk identification in supply, operation, demand, or even security risk. Once the risk is identified, we move to the risk assessment stage, in which we evaluate the risk impact, value added of risk elimination, and associated cost. This is followed by a risk strategy management to ensure proper control, reduction, or elimination of such risk. Once the assessment and strategy is completed, we move into effectively mitigating the risk through control and monitor, decreasing the impact and likelihood. A pillar in each supply chain process is the sourcing function. The efficiency of the procurement process relies on the effectiveness of the sourcing function. The sourcing process starts with understanding and breakdown spent categories and wide market assessment of available suppliers, their capability, capacity, and experience. Once a list of suppliers has been identified, a strategy is built to ensure sustainability of available sources, proper identification of newcomers in the market and areas of supplier capability potential improvement, continuity of capital on local resources, and building long-term partnerships. Connection between suppliers and receivers is not always conveniently available. A plan to facilitate onboarding suppliers through arranged conferences, supplier registration portal through company's website and advertising are some of the tools we plan to exercise. To go the extra mile, strategic sourcing in coordination with procurement will assess the establishment of corporate purchase agreement to facilitate the procurement of heavily needed material and services, repetitive items, and ensure continuous available resources by suppliers to sustain efficient operation.
McKean's localization strategy is directly related to fulfilling Vision 2030, which is an economic and social reform blueprint that has been cascaded across all establishments in Saudi Arabia. In order to diversify the Saudi economy, Vision 2030 draws on three strengths to support its goals. First, the kingdom is at the heart of the Arab and Islamic worlds. Second, Saudi Arabia is using its investment power to create a more diverse and sustainable economy. Third, the kingdom is using its strategic location to build its role as an integral driver of international trade and to connect three continents: Africa, Asia, and Europe. Furthermore, Saudi Arabia believes diversifying the economy is vital for its sustainability. Saudi Arabia has long-term plans to increase its ranking among the 20 largest economies in the world and is investing significantly in promising new growth economic sectors to support this goal. Vision 2030 was cascaded into strategic objectives to enable effective implementation through vision realization programs. One of its main pillars, Thriving Economy, focuses on ensuring localization initiatives is a key objective. This program aims to transform the kingdom into a leading industrial powerhouse and a global logistics hub by unlocking the full potential of local content. In the fourth industrial revolution, our company McKean shall align to this objective by localizing its entire manufacturing facility in Kingdom. Two initiatives were introduced in Saudi Arabia to align with Vision 2030 and support in the localization initiatives. 1. Local content. 2. In-Kingdom Total Value Add ICTIVA program. Local content is a national agenda that contributes to the development of the national economy through the participation of all economic segments, which are represented in the government sector, the private sector, and individuals. It is the total expenditure in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through the participation of Saudi components in the workforce, goods, services, production, and technical assets. In a simplified way, it is to preserve the largest possible amount of money spent on purchases inside the kingdom by the target groups, whether governmental or private agencies, or even members of the community. Local content is measured along the following criterias. 1. Local procurement of goods and services. 2. Local spend on capacity building. 3. Local depreciation of capital and assets. 4. Local spend on labor compensation. The ICTIVA program was launched on an event on December 1st, 2015 by Saudi Aramco. This program aims to grow a localized manufacturing sector, increase global competitiveness by supporting a diverse economic environment, and drive future prosperity within the kingdom. The objective of the ICTIVA program? ICTIVA recognizes prioritization of domestic value creation. It is designed to drive increased investment, economic diversification, job creation, and workforce development within the kingdom. It aims to achieve 70% localization of all spending, creating a business environment that will provide thousands of new jobs and increase international business attraction. The program establishes a baseline score for each supplier measured against key metrics for local value creation. The ICTIVA program requires suppliers to report qualitative and quantitative information and define a 5-year action plan that falls into 7 major categories. 1. Category A, local goods, services, and depreciation amortization. 2. Category B, Saudi compensation. 3. Category C, training and development of Saudis. 4. Category D, development of local suppliers. 5. Category R, research and development. 6. Category E, in-kingdom revenue, including exports. 7. Other, capital investments, female employment, SME spend, etc. As Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Gohi mentioned in his previous presentation, McKean will be co-located with the International Maritime Industries, IMI, in the King Salman International Complex for Maritime Industries in Ras Al Khair. This will aim to capitalize on IMI's foreseen marine engines and pumps demand. The targeted major customers are consequently the ship buyers linked to the maritime complex. This investment is expected to result in the creation of more than 600 direct and indirect jobs in the kingdom, with a Saudization target of 70%. McKean entails the localization of manufacturing technologies and the development of sophisticated intellectual property within the kingdom's maritime sector, a high-priority sector that is set to experience growth and captive spend over the next decades in the kingdom, as driven by the kingdom's commitment to position Saudi Arabia as a logistics hub and increase the local manufacturing, which is spearheaded by the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman and Vision 2030. McKean is established to support the maritime yard at Ras Al Khair and achieve the following objectives. 1. Localize the manufacturing of 2-stroke engines for marine propulsion. 2. Localize the manufacturing of 4-stroke engines for marine propulsion and power generation applications. 3. Localize the manufacturing of marine pumps for cargo transfer and other ship operations. 4. Repair and maintenance of engines and pumps.
Thank you very much. Shukran. 감사합니다. Mr. Hussam R. Mubarak, Procurement Director for McKean, and Ms. Dina Al-Kahadra, Procurement Specialist for McKean. Now we will have a Q&A time, and I would like welcoming Chairperson Kwang-lak Lee.
예, 또 올라왔습니다. 예. 그러면은 네 번째 발표.
Yes, we listened to the 4th presentation.
엔진 합작사의 McKean.
This time we listened to the presentation from McKean. We learned about their procurement and localization strategy. Do you have a question? We will take questions from the floor. Actually, most of the audience do not have a profound understanding on Saudi Arabia, or they do not know very well about Saudi Arabia, and that could be why there are not many questions from the audience. But I think this session will be helpful for you to get more information about Saudi Arabia. So I will ask a question. In terms of the localization, it will be difficult for Korean companies to join the localization strategies of McKean. Is there any special arrangements like receiving orders for some initial localization projects of McKean? For now, we are still establishing procurement and purchase strategies. We don't have a concrete plan for order intakes. That's the situation for now. But as you heard from the presentation, as you heard from Mr. Hussam,
그 구매를 담당하면서
Aramco is in charge of purchase, and we can register Korean companies as the vendor in the Aramco's vendor list. But this is not yet realized.
그런 벤더 등록의 자체를 좀 완화하는 저희 울산의 현대중공업처럼 저희 조선업에
In Ulsan, there's Hyundai Heavy Industry, and Hyundai Heavy Industry has a system where the vendors register themselves in the vendor list of HHI. And we are considering to discuss the idea of vendor registration with the Saudi Arabian company. We have a question from the chat box of YouTube. This is a question related to IMI shipyards. Does IMI shipyards have any plan to build naval vessels? Saudi Arabia is trying to strengthen their national defense industry. They are actively discussing the idea of building 5 naval vessels with HHI and Lockheed Martin. We are also trying to win the order from Saudi Arabia for delivering naval vessels. So there's a potential. And we are a business partner of IMI, so we definitely have such a chance. I have one more question. Engine joint venture was created between IMI and HHI, but they may have different schedule from IMI business schedule. When could you share us the schedule plan? Actually, we'll be able to start production in the third quarter of 2025. Their lack of technicians and engineers. For 1 year, we will have to use Ulsan factory to produce engine, and we could conduct the CKD test in Saudi Arabia. So the equipment companies will have to supply the equipment to Ulsan by 2025. Maybe you should be ready for this from 2024. Register yourselves as the vendor, and from the late half of 2023 or from 2024, please get ready for supplying the equipment. We have a question from the floor. I am Woo Jung-in from MyTech. We heard about local content and localization strategy, and localization rate 70%, and local content seems to be a very important concept. And for Korean manufacturing companies to join this business in Saudi Arabia, basically we need a partnership with Saudi Arabian companies. Recently, we visited Petronas, and I saw various regulations being strengthened. In some cases, if we have just an agency, we can register ourselves as the vendor, and we can do final packing in Korea and deliver the product to Saudi Arabia. But regulations have been strengthened, and so the conditions have been changed. The role of agency decreased, and the role of local manufacturer began to increase. So in Saudi Arabia, local contents are being emphasized, and they aim to achieve localization rate of 70%. Considering the situation, if Korean companies have to secure a partnership with local companies in the initial phase, Korean companies will need to make more investment. What do you think about this? The answer to this question could be made in the next presentation. The next speaker will be able to answer your question in more details. With this, we will close the Q&A and let's listen to the last presentation. Thank you very much.
Now, finally, we have last speaker of Kormarine Conference 2022. Last speaker is Tae-sik Lee, Chief Representative from Korea. The presentation title is Shipbuilding and Offshore Equipment Companies' Strategies to Enter Saudi Arabia Market. We have recorded the video. Please give him a big round of applause.
코메아 사우디아라비아 급전기지 이태식 전문위원입니다.
Hello everyone, I'm Itae-sik from Korea. Today I'm going to talk about Korean manufacturers' strategy to enter the Saudi Arabian market. First, I'd like to talk about introduction of Saudi Arabia, and then I will tell you projects and regulations and laws, and then finally the strategies. Saudi Arabia has the second largest land in the region. Their neighboring countries include Iraq and Jordan. The official name of the country is Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Its capital city is Riyadh. Its religion is Islam. And weather, during summer, the temperature goes up to 32 to 34 degrees Celsius. Saudi Arabia is one of the largest oil exporters. It has the fifth largest natural gas reserves in the world. The country also has rich minerals, and it is active in developing mines. It has deep interest in agriculture. In the southwest region, vegetables, fruits, palm fruits are being produced. In the northern region, farm development has been active, including potato farms. It also has the world's largest olive farm in Al Jaff. It was recorded in the World Book of Guinness. More than about 70% of the population is under 30, so it is a very young country. And agricultural water comes from offshore. Next, let me briefly tell you the political situations in Saudi Arabia. On the surface, Saudi Arabia is pro-American. It is having joint military exercise with the U.S. It is also cooperating with Russia. And it is also a member of OPEC. It is working on the price stability of oil. Next, the relationship between Saudi Arabia and Korea. Korea is one of the 11 overseas markets designated by Saudi Arabia's tourism office. And Korea has Saudi Arabia's overseas office of tourism of Saudi Arabia. And Korean pop culture is very popular in the country. And the entertainment company SM has been working with companies in Saudi Arabia to spread the K-pop culture. And Saudi Aramco has been doing business in Korea, and the two countries' relationship has been friendly. And 30% of Korea's oil import comes from Saudi Arabia, and the cooperation between the countries is increasing. in national defense and medicine. Now, let me move on to Saudi Arabia projects. There are some nuclear power plants project. Makin, as you just heard, is a joint venture between Saudi Aramco and Hyundai Heavy Industries. And there's another joint venture between Doosan and Saudi Aramco. Another project is Spark Margin Emerald. And Red Sea Development Project is a tourism project. And 29 artificial lands will be built to promote tourism there near the Red Sea. Now the country is building a gas plant in Hyundai Heavy Industries, and Samsung Heavy Industries are participating in the project. Next is IMI Shipyards. It has 4 zones. Zone A is for MRO, Zone B is for technical partner, Zone B is OSVs. For example, and Zone C will be completed by the first half of 2024. For example, the third project is Makin. This is about assembling and producing Hyundai Heavy Industries engines in Saudi Arabia. It has a target date, which is 2025. So by 2025, Makin plans to assemble Hyundai Heavy Industries engines locally. Next project is NEO. NEO means New Future. The budget for the construction is 150 billion US dollars. The project area is 26,500 square kilometers, 44 times larger than Seoul City. And the major power comes from natural gas and another renewable energy source. Currently, the construction is ongoing. Trojana, Oxagon, and The Line are the 3 major project areas. Trojana is for tourism and sports complex, and Oxagon is for industrial complex, offshore industrial complex. And The Line, specifically the mirror line, is about construction of residential areas. Next project is a nuclear power plant project. The Saudi Arabian government is planning to build as many as 16 nuclear power plants between 2020 and 2025. The estimated cost is $80 billion, and the first nuclear power plant will cost $10 billion. And Korea is providing the research nuclear facility. And this year, the first nuclear power plant will have the bidding process. The bidding invitation was sent to China, Russia, France, and Korea. Next, Saudi Arabia's policies. So Korean manufacturers have to consider that Saudi Arabia is speaking different languages and it has different culture. And Saudi Arabia doesn't have any experience in building new ships, large ships. In Saudi Arabia's shipbuilding and maritime market is quite small, and per capita GDP is decreasing. And there is a need to diversify the economic structure, and you have to expect inequity and corruptions because of privatization. To address the social problems and social ills, the government is trying to promote different industries, including tourism, the culture, in cultural industry, and the petrochemical industry. So please remember, Saudi Arabia has its own issues and uncertainties. Geographically and religiously and culturally, Saudi Arabia is the hub country in MENA. Saudi Arabia has rich raw materials, so you can take advantage of them. Lastly, please take a look at government subsidies and support. Next, I'm going to talk about the process you can use to build your own company in Saudi Arabia. And joint stock company, limited liability company, and temporary commercial registration are allowed. And you need your business license for that. And you also have to submit your business license and your financial statements over the previous year. Required capital is 500,000 Saudi Arabia currency. And to maintain your business license, you have to pay 60,000 riyal to Saudi Arabia's investment agency. Let's take a look at the shareholder structure. For service industry, 100% foreign ownership is allowed. For retail and wholesale and trade industry, up to 75% of foreign ownership is allowed. Next, Saudi Arabia's laws and regulations. IKIVA, Nitaquat, and SIDF made in Saudi Arabia, and tax exempts on employment tax for foreign national employment. These are the main leading examples of Saudi Arabia's investment policies. An incentive policy is also in place. You will be given some scores when you participate in the bidding process. Saudi Aramco, if you want to provide equipment for Saudi Arabia, you have to make sure that they want 100% local content. But if it is necessary to procure equipment from other countries, this requires a special approval. Next is Natakat program. All foreign companies are required to hire a certain percentage of their employees as Saudi Arabian nationals. Made in Saudi is a financial support incentive. You will be given 15 to 20 years to pay back your loan, and 50 to 100% of your investment can be provided through a loan without any interest. Next, Saudi Arabia's taxation. First, corporate income tax. For a company under GCC, 2.5% of religious taxes are required, and for foreign companies, 20% of the net income should be paid as corporate tax. And if you are hiring foreign nationals in Saudi Arabia, you are required to pay expat fees, which is 800 Saudi riyal per month. But if you are in the manufacturing sector, the tax is exempt. And you also have to expect end-of-service allowance. If your employee worked for you for more than 5 years, you have to pay them end-of-service fee every year. which is about half of their monthly payment. And there is something called GOSI. This is an income tax. For foreign nationals, 2% of income tax is required. If you are going to stay with your family in Saudi Arabia, you have to pay dependent fee, which is about 400 riyal per person every month. In Saudi Arabia and Korea signed double tax avoidance agreement. And value-added tax is also required. There is also excess tax imposed on tobaccos and sugary drinks. And for custom duties of chemicals is somewhere between 5.5 and 6.5%. Next, strategies. You have to identify what projects, construction projects are going on locally. You have to also have market intelligence. You can have either direct investment or indirect investment. And you also need to build a network for after service. And I'd like to recommend you target not only Saudi Arabia, but the broader region, the so-called MENA. If you want to have approval for your products, first find as much information as possible about relevant constructions, and then identify some buyer and agents. And I recommend you develop an action plan. And please remember Aramco, SABIC, and NEOM, for example. If you want to provide equipment for them, you need to have a prior approval for your products. When you choose a local partner, try to avoid former government officials. Try to contact someone who works in the private sector. So when you need to have negotiation, please make sure you always talk to the person in charge and try to go up as possible in the chain of command. When you are about to sign a sole agent or exclusive agent, be as careful as possible. When you have to register your product under the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, please make sure your partners are registered as well. Next, local investment. First, for local investment, gather local information. On the right side, you can see an action plan. Visit the site, have a meeting, and have a market intelligence, and work with consulting companies or investment specialists. And you can also consider government subsidies or financial support or loans, and collect information on SIDF, local banks, and localization and taxation. I'd like to recommend joint investment and cooperation with local companies in Korea and local partners in Saudi Arabia. Check the revised or updated laws and regulations as often as possible. And all promises or all arrangements should be documented. And don't be fooled by broker.
Thank you very much.
If you have any questions, I will answer the
Chief
questions.
Representative from Korea. 네, 지금부터 마지막 Q&A 세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 우리 오늘 세션 순간순간 모든 에너지를 쏟아주신 우리 좌장님께 한번 큰 박수.
Once again, I'd like to ask you to join me in giving a big round of applause to the chair who is working so hard for us today. So let me invite him to the stage. Okay, I'm here again. So we have Iteshik with us. Okay, good afternoon. I think I should have a practice or rehearsed my presentation more. If I'm given another opportunity next time, I will do better. So we are way behind the schedule, and this is the last presentation. So everyone just looks so exhausted. So we will get this wrapped up as soon as possible. Do you have any questions? In the previous session, we asked McKean questions like my tech asked this question. When Korean manufacturers enter the Saudi Arabian market, it is kind of too early for Korean manufacturers to make an investment, and what should they do to meet the local regulations, for example, local content regulations. I've been living in Saudi Arabia for 2017. Now I'm at Saudi Arabia Maritime Conference 2020. One of the most unfortunate things I think is that many American companies and European companies are making huge investments in Saudi Arabia. And they bring technologies only, and they use capital from Saudi Arabia. As I explained in my presentation, you can have a loan up to that is up to 85% of your investment, and you will be imposed no interest for 15 years. So take advantage of the policy. So Markin is a joint venture. HHI is providing technologies for the joint venture, and 70% of the construction budget come from EPI, if I understand correctly. Recently, a Russian steel manufacturer announced that it's planned to build a steel plant in Saudi Arabia. And the budget and the total construction budget is more than $300 billion, but the Russian manufacturer can still have subsidy from the Saudi Arabian government. So we can do the same. Korean manufacturer can do the same. If I can add to that, individual Korean manufacturers should do its best, but Kormarine and Kumea, and we always say we need to take a strategic approach. In other words, Hyundai Heavy Industries and the associations and individual Korean manufacturer, we have to keep negotiating with our counterparts in Saudi Arabia. We cannot accept all their demands or requirements. We can show our strength so that we can persuade or convince them that we are competitive manufacturers. To make that happen, we have to work hand in hand, and they will push us, encourage us, or encourage the Korean manufacturers to explore the Saudi Arabian market more actively. Any other questions? I'm Yumin Shi. I'm from Daecheon. So I heard all the presentations. I think everyone would agree with me. Our ultimate goal is to be registered as a vendor for Saudi Aramco. So if we are registered, my company is registered as a vendor for IMI. Is my organization recognized as a vendor for Saudi Aramco? Because most of the IMI projects are Saudi Aramco's projects. But if my company is registers as a vendor for IMI but not as a vendor for Saudi Aramco, is that a problem? Yes, IMI and Saudi Aramco are two different companies. Saudi Aramco has its own vendor registration process. As far as IMI goes, I heard if a vendor is registered as a Hyundai Heavy Industries vendor, it doesn't have to be registered as an IMI's vendor to do IMI's projects. So another option for you is to work with Saudi Arabia's agent or brokers. In the past, we had many brokers. They asked for money, like 50 million won or 60 million won. But Saudi Aramco now has a specialist for brokers. So we have a decreasing number of brokers, and instead, as we can see with Saudi Aramco, there is an increasing number of consulting companies that will bridge or match Korean manufacturers and Saudi Aramco. So I recommend you shouldn't contact or try to find a broker. Just try to find a consulting company. So you can contact Iteshik as well. Is there any other question? So if you visit Saudi Arabia, Iteshik from Kumeya, I think is your best contact point. So he's going to give you his contact information. Since he is in his official position of Kumeya, you can contact him and ask for his advice. Or if you need additional support, or if we have more inquiries, you can contact Kormarine or you can contact us. I'm Hang Sono from Kumeya. I'd like to answer the last question. If you are a Korean manufacturer, if you need more information on Saudi Arabia's market, please visit the website of Kumeya. You can get contact information of the persons in charge of each region, including Saudi Arabia. If you have some difficulties contacting or finding the right person, you can always contact me. Then I can also give you more information so that you can get support you need. Okay, we will take one last question. If not, if you don't have any other question, let me wrap this session up. So as my last comment, I'd like to say Hyundai Heavy Industries signed an agreement with IMI, U.S. for design. Saudi Arabia is taking IMI as very seriously, EIMI, because through IMI, the design of Korean shipbuilding will be provided for Saudi Arabia. Today we discussed some general ideas, but by the end of next year, I guess we will have more information and more discussion on negotiations between Saudi Arabia and Korean manufacturers. So I hope you can take advantage of this opportunity. And there are many channels available. You can contact Hyundai Heavy Industries or the Kumea or Kormarine for exploring more business opportunities. Thank you so much for being with us. I'd like to thank the presenter and the chair for his passion. I have 2 minutes left. I think 2022 Kormarine Conference is all about you who are here in this room. We also have 100 people still joining us online. I have been part of Kormarine Conference for the past 3 years, and I hope to see you again next year. Next year, we will come back with more timely topics. Today, we saw the power of collective wisdom in this Q&A session. Once again, thank you so much for being with us to the end. It is you who made 2022 Kormarine Conference a success. Please give an applause to each other to celebrate 2022 Kormarine Conference. This is the end of the conference. I'm Kim Hae-jin, the MC of the conference. With that, I'd like to conclude the conference. We will see you again next year. Thank you.